Hello, Internet. I'm Insane Lane, and welcome to Tea and Rose's Book Club. We are on our second week with The Angel Share by J.R. Ward. We are at chapter 7, and so far, not a lot has happened, really. For the amount of pages we read last week, I was really expecting more story progress, because we really didn't get any. It's only been like a day. I have a feeling this whole series takes place over about a week, because the whole first book seems to have taken place over about 3 days. And I completely got lipstick fingerprints all over the cover of this book, but that's okay. So we had Lane not attempting to unalive himself, but falling off a bridge and surviving it. You did get a written explanation as to how he knows how to do that, because he sat next to a guy in a bar once who taught him how to dive like a Navy SEAL from high altitude. So he survived the fall into the Ohio River and didn't drown. And his lady stole a boat to go and rescue him, even though there just happened to be another boat out in the dark at night on a river that, as far as I know, you would have no commercial reason to be on, especially in the middle of the night. But, it was meant to be one of those, I love him so much, I'll steal a boat and go rescue him things. It was corny. They had out-of-nowhere sex that literally came out of nowhere. Hi, puppy. I'm scarfing down a sandwich, so he's pretending he wants attention, but really he wants sandwich. We had that. We had Edward thinking about the, I don't know what to call her, the daughter of the guy he used to know, who's all got experience with alcoholics, so she's mommying him while he pines over another woman that he had sex with unknowingly, and she's apparently very unhappy in her life. We don't know why. Not sure if the deal she made with their father still stands, since he died an hour after signing the paperwork, so possibly they can just rip that up because she never sent the money. They are waiting on an autopsy to be told that it's murder. We already know that from the preface from the last book, or the excerpt or whatever we read. We had character descriptions for everybody that definitely spoiled some things, because there were characters we hadn't met yet. We haven't heard anything about Lane's soon-to-be ex-wife. I assume that we have not seen the last of her, because Daddy beat the hell out of her, and she blamed Lane for it, and he got all arrested, supposedly, or is going to be arrested or something. I don't know. But she put it out in the papers, because apparently national news really cares about this rich family that sells bourbon, because that's somehow news. I don't really understand why or how, but apparently it's all over the newspapers about how he beat her, and then the father died. No mention of the accountant who also died on their property in the last week. Like, seriously, how is the whole place not a crime scene? Like, there's been multiple deaths there in 1 week. The place should be swarming with cops, and maybe I don't know if they'd call feds or anything. Probably not, but there should be a lot more of a response to 2 people dying from the same estate in the same week. But, the cops are both highly efficient and highly horrible in this. It's weird. There's a weird thing. We have the sister who is engaged to a very violent man, and they're constantly fighting, physically and verbally. And we have the brother they're trying to track down, the one who ran away, who is apparently the second oldest. I don't know. I forget the order of the kids, but we thought he was the youngest for the longest time. Apparently he's not. So we may or may not see that. I'm assuming they'll come home, because funerals, everybody comes home. That's the thing. So I'm assuming that will happen. And we'll get to meet Max. But other than that, the books have been evenly spread between all the characters, so I don't really know who's so central here. Like Lane, other than having to sort out the very weirdly written financial problems, because it doesn't come across that, like, it's to a level that would really have any impact or potentially be devastating unless there's, like, more that we don't know yet. It just seems that that side of it is rather poorly written and not researched. We had a number of mentions of fancy cars. Fancy cars and brand names is already almost hitting 20, so there's quite a lot. But that's one of the things we haven't fun with. So we'll listen to our national anthem. I will very quickly finish my sandwich, and then we will get on with things. So all rise. Check the volume. Volume good. Okay, here we go.
If you're still struggling with consent, just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea. You say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they go, "Oh my God, I would love a cup of tea, thank you." Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they're like, I'm not really sure. Then you can make them a cup of tea, or not, but be aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, "No thank you," then don't make them tea. At all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea. Don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, "Yes, please, that's kind of you." And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind, and you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they are unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, "Do you want tea?" because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea, and they said yes, but in the time it took you to boil the kettle or brew the tea and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down, make sure the unconscious person is safe, and this is the important part again, don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they are safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it, going, "But you wanted tea last week," or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat, going, "But you wanted tea last night." If you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you are able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
There we are. Let me just change this over. There we go. Hello, everyone. It is hot AF. Hi, Sarah. I'm glad you made it. Hope you're feeling good. Oh, here's a puppy. You want up? Okay, Bo, you have to come up for me to pet you. We've talked about this. He'll be here in a minute. Oh, I cut my face up, didn't I? I very much did. What is on my face? Okay, I have like makeup or something. Or, oh, you know what it is? It's freaking paint. It's paint, that's why it won't come off. Okay, so I apologize for the state of my face, but I've been awake for about 3 hours. I got like no sleep last night. At least not until very early this morning. So yeah, I look a little more like hell than normal, and I need to get new razors. Hi, Persnickety. Hi, do you want up this time? Come on. Come say hi. Come on. Look, it's a puppy. Look, it's a puppy. Oh my god, he's a million degrees. You are a million degrees. It is like 34 degrees right now, so it's hot. Like my lipstick was melting when I was putting it on. No guarantees you'll stay awake because pain meds. Hey, go for the good drugs. I'm jealous. Right, puppy? No, I didn't get in the garbage last night. I didn't do that. Even though you found wrappers in my cage, I didn't do that. I'm a good boy. I didn't break into the garbage. No, I didn't do that. I'm a good boy. I didn't do that. No. He totally did that because he does that a lot. Don't you? Don't you? No, you don't. I'm a good boy. I never do anything wrong. He would like you to believe that. He would like you to believe that he is the bestest good boy in the history of good boys and he never, ever, 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 ever does anything wrong. No, you never do anything wrong, do you? No, you don't. He always looks at me weird when I baby talk him. Okay, say hi. Say hi, you big fat puppy. You're so big and fat. You're so big and fat. You're so big and fat. Yes, it's not from kibble, is it? No, you're not fat because you got in the kibble. Wouldn't mind if you ate your kibble. That would be being a good puppy. Yeah, he's just got I didn't do it face. Okay, he can help me introduce the ducks, which I hope we get some of tonight because the thumbnail looks way too bare. We have Ralph, Charlotte, Steve, Paddington, Caspian, Inspector Clouseau, Jumbo, Sally, Bill, Xavier, Eloise, Fongo, Mitch, Sansu, Bob with two B's, Sasha, Bartholomew, Alex, Chuckles, Melman, Naruto, Jeremy DeWitt, Cinemark, Alan Tudyk, Jeeves, Playboy, Jethro, Zilber, Vixen, Dennis, Rosie, House, Susie, Wolfie, Russell, Mark, Glacial, Cicero, Phoebe Halliwell, John Glenn, Little Chickadoo, Captain Blaze, Ferguson, Libby Doe, Ocean's Gate 7, Dingle Hopper, Madison, Leonard, Jack, Jacquard, Lulu, Marty, Akasha, Dr. Breadset Manor, Italicus, Deja, Insidious, Cleopatra, Extra Crispy, Ralph, Wisp, Dougie, Katy Perry, Calvin, Abraham, Nicola, Dewey, Gretzky, Cosmopolitan, Schwartz, Misty, Hermione, and Padme. Ha! Yeah, it's from Trash Treats. That's why he's fat. Yes. This is why the puppy is fat. Yeah. For dinner, which normally he would have had his dinner about an hour and a half ago. I didn't hear you eating any kibble tonight, did I? Yes, I love you too. Do it. I love you, Blinks. I know. I know. I love you too. I'm not gonna throw you out. You're okay. You need to stay out of the garbage. It's not good for you. Okay. I know. You're just a very food motivated little animal. I know. I know. Yeah. Yeah, and that's why you get in trouble because you get in the garbage and you make a mess and you eat too much food. Because he is one of those dogs, like. Okay. Yeah, you like to do that, don't you? Yeah. You like to turn the sound off, don't you? Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You're a puppy. Hair in your eye. There we go. There we go. Okay. Say bye bye. Say bye bye. Bye bye. Oh my god, you're so fat. You are so fat. You're so fat. Okay, go have a nap. Go have a nap and sleep off your belly. He really is very, very fat right now. You can always tell when he's had a big meal because it leads to fat puppiness, which is then followed by, big puppy sleepiness. Because he's got to sleep off all the food. So, not a lot happened last week. Oh, also, The PayPal link should be pinned at the top if you would like to sponsor a rando duck for $10. We have these ones left. We've got about 10, no, more like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, I think. Let me see. Do we actually have 10? We actually have 10. We have 10 ducks left. We have 10 random ducks left. And then we have our painted ducks, if you would like to be a little more discerning. Please specify which painted duck if you would like to sponsor a painted duck. We have a Christmas Story duck, Yoshi duck, Mark Zuckerberg duck, Rooster duck, Porygon duck, Julie Roberts at the Polo Match duck, and Evil Knievel duck. So these are all waiting to join their illustrious friends on the pantheon of ducks. Or if you would really like to make my day, we have these very real police issue handcuffs that have a key in the pouch and a key on a string within reach, because we always keep a key within reach because we practice safety here, but these are real handcuffs, and I really will put them on for part of the evening for $25. These are my favorite. Even though it's 1,000,000 degrees, they would still be a lot of fun. Plus, for personal reasons, having something to struggle with would be nice and calming right now. And of course, for the grand sum of $50, we have our Skittles drink mix. These met with a slight accident this week, as you can see, because an entire bottle of soy sauce smashed on the floor and spilled all over fucking everything. But mostly just the box got it. Some of the straws have soy sauce on them now, but they're sealed, so they're okay. So we still have these, and you can choose which flavor, or I will choose one at random if you do not specify, and mix and chug. These are highly concentrated. And I double checked to make sure that actually this is the appropriate amount of water that you are supposed to dump an entire one of those into. And yes, it is. Even though I swear you could use Kool-Aid rules and go like, a full 2-liter bottle to put one of those into, and it would work just fine. They are really concentrated. Okay, there we go. And sorry for the fan noise, but like I said, it's 1,000,000,000 degrees. I will melt without it. I'm melting with it. It was not helping me sleep at 10:30 this morning. I hear the sound of a puppy getting into something. I'm not getting up to stop him. Alright, here goes nothing. And I have our tally sheet, which we will add to, because so far we've got drinks, bourbon, and brand names, but I'm sure there will be other categories. Chapter 7. Edward was surprised when Shelby didn't jump to her feet and strut off in a huff out the door. After all, good Christian women who were told their employer wanted to kiss them tended to get rightfully offended. But the longer she stayed where she was, staring up at him with his boots in her hand, the more intimidated he became. So, let's take this off before I get more makeup on it. Stay. It was not supposed to go like this, he thought to himself. He'd banked on her backing away from him, leaving him alone, forgetting about the damn doctor. Sometimes the land must accept the storm, Shelby whispered. What? She shook her head as she moved up his lower body. It's not important. I can't remember. Is he naked right now? I think he might be naked. And she was right. Nothing much was important at all, as she was the one who kissed him. Oh, here we go. Her lips soft and shy, as if she knew nothing about seduction. That's not a bad thing. That was not a problem for him. Edward took things from there, and he found himself being more careful with her than he'd been with a woman in, well, maybe ever. Are we supposed to like him? Because it sounds like he was just a womanizing jerk before he was tortured. He kept his hands light as he circled her torso, urging her in between his legs and up against his chest. Underneath her sweatshirt, her body was as hard as his was, but for different reasons. She was tight from all the physical labor honed from her health and her efforts, from her work with animals that weighed 1,000 pounds more than she did and required gallons of feed and wheelbarrows of sawdust and miles of walking from stall to stall, pasture to pasture. She wasn't wearing a bra. Girl, how are you working outdoors and you're not wearing, like, some kind of support? Bo, do I want to know what I hear you getting into right now? Did you not have enough of being in trouble when I got up? Yeah. He stole a cheese wrapper out of the garbage. He's a brat. He discovered that he discovered that as he pulled the sweatshirt up and over her head. She wasn't wearing a shirt either. And her breasts were perfect. We're just diving right into it here. We've gone from 0 to sex in like half a page. Her breasts were perfect, as small and tight as the rest of her. The fact that her nipples were a girly pink was a surprise. As opposed to what? And how is that being girly? They're girl parts, you idiot. And it was right about then that he stopped himself. Even as a delicious greed clawed into his gut, something far more imperative flared in the back of his head. Are you a virgin? He said. Oh, of course, because all men fear virgins. Not my experience. No, I think you're lying. Only one way to find out, ain't that right? There's a couple. A strange, unfamiliar hesitation froze him and he looked away, not because he didn't like what he saw, but because he did. Everything about her modesty and her awkwardness made him want to pounce on her and take her. Claim her like a man did when he found something no one else had had. Oh my god! I need a minute to vomit that line. Yeah, wrong time to refer to her as a girl when you got her half naked and you want to bang. Yeah, no. That's not the time to be calling someone girl. And apparently, yeah, men just, if a girl is a virgin, we're getting perilously close to boys will be boys here. We're getting real close to the men just can't help themselves territory, which can suck my dick all day long. Hi, you're in trouble. You're not getting petted. Go lay down. I know what you were doing, naughty puppy. Naughty puppy. Yeah, I know what you did. You're still licking your lips. I know what you did. So no, you ain't getting cuddles right now, mister. The tail is still wagging just because I'm talking to him. So I don't think he feels too bad. Yes, it reminded me of that too. When Gray referred to virginity as a problem, and even in the movie, it comes off so sleazy because he's like, "You're a virgin." He's like, "We're gonna remedy that," and he drags her to bed, and like, what? Why is it a thing? Why is it a thing? I don't understand. Uh, also, I've talked to so many men about like virgin fantasies and role plays and stuff like that. I've never known one that was like this. I mean, is it a turn on for some guys? Definitely. Is it fun to play with? Yeah. But I've never can't say I've known guys that when they discover a woman's a virgin feel like they have to attack them and like claim them, that kind of bullshit. I've known creepy men, just not with that one. And everything about the way she didn't back down told him she'd let him do that and so much more. Oh, God. Ugh. Shifting his eyes away, he took a moment to think about this in a fashion that was characteristic of the way he'd always been as opposed to what he'd become. And that was when he saw the money. $1,000. Oh, is it hooker night? 10 $100 bills, the bundle folded once, the ends fanning out. Okay, so you're removing half. Over on the sideboard by the door. He'd left the cash there the previous Friday, so you've just had $1,000 sitting on a table for a week. The previous Friday from one of the prostitutes he regularly paid to be with him. And in fact, a woman had shown up that night, except instead of acting and dressing like the one he'd really wanted, the actual female herself had come to him. His Sutton. Yeah, here's the thing, he's in love with somebody else, or at least obsessed with her. They'd had sex, but only because he'd assumed she was the perfect doppelganger for Sutton Smythe. He'd assumed that the perfect doppelganger for Sutton Smythe had finally presented itself. His first clue that something was off? After it was over, the female had left the money where it was. His second, the following morning he'd found a purse on the table by his chair. When he'd opened it, he'd found Sutton's driver's license inside. I can't say I've ever been so overset by something I'd leave my fucking purse somewhere. Sometimes he still wasn't sure whether it had actually happened or if it had been a dream. Well, you had her purse, so that kind of says real. Although the tension when he'd returned the purse to her the following evening had been nuclear, so it must have occurred. And yes, he knew precisely why he'd had sex with her. Sutton was a classy, dignified, brilliant businesswoman who he'd been in love with for too many years to count. Why she had allowed him to touch her, kiss her, come inside of her, book can't spell come. Yes, she told him she thought she was in love with him too, but how could that possibly be true? Edward refocused on Jeb's daughter, also not a way to refer to a woman when you're mid-sex. Gathering her sweatshirt in her hands, he put it back on her gently, covering her nakedness. No doctor, he said remotely. I don't need one. Yes, you do. It was disconcerting the way she calmly rose and went over to the phone like nothing had happened. And when she picked up the receiver from the old-fashioned wall-mounted dialer, he frowned and resented her pragmatism. Mo gave me the number, she explained as she began making circles with her forefinger. Dr. Qualby is the name, right? Why can't anybody have normal names? Oh, for fuck's sakes, if you knew all that, why did you pester me about it? I was giving you a chance to be reasonable. I should have known better. Yes, he slept with the woman he was obsessed with and didn't notice. That is true. Bo, it's no good trying to suck up. Go lay down. God damn it. Turning to him, she put the headset up to her ear. I told you, do not take the Lord's name in vain in my presence, and no cursing. Not round me. And yes, I know you'll never be in love with me. It will always be her. How does she know? How the fuck does she know anything about Sutton Smythe? He didn't tell her. Who told her? And also, anyone who's like, don't take the Lord's name in vain or no cursing in my presence, you know what your option is? Get the fuck away from me, because I'll say whatever I goddamn well motherfucking please, because we're both adults here, so how about you act like it? What the hell are you talking about? He shot back. You say her name in your sleep. What is it? Sutter? Okay, what is it again? What is it in books with people saying like their true love's name in their sleep? This is not a real thing. Edward let his head fall back as he closed his eyes in frustration. Maybe he was just dreaming this. Yes, perhaps he had simply passed out against Neb's stall, and this was all just a figment of the vodka swill that was still currently passing for his bloodstream. One could only hope. Oh. Miss Smythe, more coffee? A sudden jerk to attention, she smiled up at the uniformed older woman with the pot in her hand. Ellen Isaacs had been working at the family's estate for as long as Sutton could remember. A grandmotherly figure who always made her think of Nancy Drew's Hannah Grune. I'm not familiar with Nancy Drew. I never read them. Anyone remember Harriet the Spy? The movie with Michelle Trachtenberg? R.I.P. Yeah, is there somebody in Yellow? I've heard Yellowstone's a really good series. I haven't watched, but I heard it's good. Someday I gotta finish watching Longmire. I really like that show. I started it. I got through probably half the first season. Long time ago. It has Lou Diamond Phillips in it, and I love him. And it had Katie Sackhoff right off of fresh off Battlestar Galactica. Though her appearance, I gotta say, her appearance in Big Bang Theory is one of the most WTF, you are way too good for this, but obviously have a good sense of humor cameos ever. How they got her and George Takei. Freaking George Takei. But I think it's got to be to Will Wheaton's sci-fi cred, because obviously he's got the end with because several Star Trek people appear in Big Bang Theory. Hell, Adam Nimoy makes a couple appearances. Leonard Nimoy's son, Leonard Nimoy, before he passed away, voiced Spock for them several times. And his son actually appeared on the show. Obviously, Will Wheaton appeared several times. George Takei, William Shatner. And what's his name? LeVar Burton. He also appears in an early season. Like the caliber of cameos they had on that show is really crazy, because not just Star Trek people either, others from other franchises like Katie Sackhoff, obviously. I love the few times we see Penny's dad. I know him as playing the serial killer Frank, who is my favorite serial killer on early Criminal Minds. Not that I don't like the Reaper, the guy who plays. I don't want to spoil, so I won't say his name, but the guy who plays the Reaper is also awesome. And they kept trying to recreate that and failing. But yeah, the Keith Carradine, that's his name. Keith Carradine, who plays Frank in 2 episodes of Criminal Minds, is awesome. Those are the first episode with Frank is probably one of my favorite episodes. I've watched it so many times. Wait, what? Jonathan Frakes has said he was disappointed he wasn't allowed to be on The Big Bang Theory. He pitched a character, but no one told the producers or something. Seriously? What? Also, why do I have it in my head that he made a cameo? Am I thinking of a different show? I think I'm thinking of a different show. Yeah, I think I'm thinking of an episode of Leverage, not Big Bang Theory. Because I know he did kind of an emergency cameo in Leverage, because somebody that they hired that had one line in a scene, they missed their flight or something, and they were filming, and so he's like, well, I got my SAG card in my pocket, so I'll put in a cameo and do the line. And he was directing. He was there because he was directing, because he directed, I think he directed half of Leverage. He really did. He was really good. It was on the podcast with the producer of the show. Oh, that sucks. That completely sucks if we never got a Jonathan Frakes cameo because of that. But yeah, especially towards the later seasons, that show had some heavy freaking hitters putting in appearances. And I don't want to say the name of the Reaper for anyone who hasn't seen it, because it's a big reveal in the episode who the Reaper is. And so I don't want to give it away by saying the actor's name, sorry. because it is played quite superbly. That once you know, it's just fun. I will say the actor, I don't know if he's ever talked about it, but he had to have so much fun playing that character because it's one of those characters where you just get to be like mustache twirlingly evil, but it's great. What do you want? What do you want? Mr. Cheese Wrapper Stealer. Now I'm just getting I love you. Okay, I know it's 25 years old. Fine, Thomas C. Howard plays the Reaper. I know a channel that is currently watching Xena for the first time and is very dedicated about not spoilers, and that show is just as old. What? Come on, up. Nope. Come on, up. No, I'm gonna lay down. Rub your belly, you silly thing. Howl. Sorry, I said Howard, didn't I? Sorry, Thomas C. Howell. My apologies to the actor. Bo, if you want up, come up. You got 1 second. Come on. Up, up. Up. Come on. Come on. Okay, say hi to the puppy. He says, hi, Sasha. I know you might not play with me, but I'll chase things and run around. Of course, he wouldn't mind if Sasha chased him. That would be his best day ever. Right? Right? Until you got scared of the chickens? Yeah, because he would chase the chickens for about 1 second. The second one of them, like, flapped their wings at him, he'd be out of there. Right? Not that you're a tiny coward. No, you're a big, tough, strong puppy, aren't you? Yeah, uh-huh. Oh, yes, you chubby, chubby, chubby little thing. Chubby, chubby, chubby belly. Look how fat the puppy is. Look at the fatness. You're so fat. You're so fat. Yes, you are. You're so fat. You're so fat. Okay, go lay down. Riker saying he's jealous of his friends. Aww! Feel bad for Riker. He didn't get to be on the show. I don't know if the audio is going to come through.
Okay, went to the same school in Houston. Yeah, okay. We had the same teachers. That's amazing. In college. That's amazing.
Wait, Brent Spiner went to school with Jim Parsons?
Oh, wow. Yeah. I was so jealous. I was so jealous of all my friends from Star Trek.
Good boy.
So Jonathan
Good boy.
To me,
Oh, yeah, that's right. Brent Spiner was on Big Bang, too. How did I forget that?
That he hadn't been asked to be on Big Bang.
He was, yeah.
And I said it never got to us because it would have
Couple times.
I wanted to be so bad. He complained that he wasn't playing on a character on Big Bang, and as a reward, you gave him a directing slot on this show. Right? I don't know if that's the exact math, but
He directed on Big Bang? He directed a lot of things.
Give me a character on it.
Yeah, John. Oh, there's like a toy. Oh, of course there is. Yeah. Okay. So they didn't know each other. Yeah, Jim Parsons. Has he really been in anything since Big Bang? I think he said after Big Bang like he wanted to take like a serious break because he pretty much hadn't had a vacation in like 10 years. Which is understandable. Like they cranked him out on that show. They really did. Like it had like 24 to 28 episodes a season with not a lot of downtime in between. Historical figures? I don't know that. I think I've heard of it. Is it British? He would be cool to have on the Traders if they could get Jim Parsons. I'm looking forward to UK Celebrity Traders Season 2. I know about I know about half the cast. There's a lot of names I recognize. Miranda Hart, I'm looking forward to, because that lady has got comedy chops for days. If you have never seen Call the Midwife, the early seasons, she is in them and she's amazing. And the way they dressed her down like so much, like it's impressive. Yeah, there's a lot of people in season 2 of UK Celeb Traders that are names that I know that I'm looking forward to seeing. Not British Hidden Figures story of black women who were instrumental in winning the US space. Oh, the movie. Oh, okay. I've heard of the movie. I haven't seen the movie, but I heard of I think it won like a bunch of awards too. Yeah. Yeah. That's on my need to watch list. Yes, it looks really, really good. It is, yeah, I will put it on the watch list. Maybe okay, not this coming week, but maybe the week after. Maybe on Wednesday. Yeah, we could watch. I can definitely get that. Yeah, because I definitely want to see that because it looks really, really good, and I like historical, especially like I like historical like NASA space race movies. Jim Parsons plays a complete asshole. That must have been fun for him after playing Sheldon for so long. And then doing voiceovers because he intros like every episode of Young Sheldon too. Though it's a lot easier to just do voice recordings in his garage than than have to film a show every day. But he did, as far as I know, he did it for the whole series of Young Sheldon. I've only seen about half of it. I know it's off now. You know what's fucking weird? In season 2/3 at least of Young Sheldon, there is an actress, I forget her name, who played the smart girl that young Sheldon is jealous of. That starts appearing in his college physics class. I forget her name, but that actress at the same time that she's playing the little genius girl on Young Sheldon was playing a character in Handmaid's Tale at the same time. And a character who, because she's female and on Handmaid's Tale, horrible things happen to her. And I was just like, oh my God. Yes, Sheldon's dad was Leonard's childhood bully. Yes, because Ian Armitage, I believe is his name. But yes, he was Leonard's childhood bully on an episode of Big Bang, and then he was cast as Sheldon's dad. He's great on Young Sheldon. He's really great, as is, and fun fact about the woman who plays Sheldon's mom on Young Sheldon, she is the daughter of the actress who played Sheldon's mom in Big Bang Theory. And they didn't know that when they hired her because she uses a different last name. But yeah, she is. So it's Ian Armitage is young. Okay, I got it right. Good. Yeah, he's amazing in that. He's hilarious, and he's just perfect for the role. Like, and there's moments like that. That show is one of those sitcoms where it's funny most of the time, but every now and then they'll have like a life lesson, heartfelt moment, and he's really, really good at that. And about not making it like too heavy for the show, but still getting the point across. Laurie Metcalf, thank you. I couldn't remember her name. Yes, it's Laurie Metcalf plays Sheldon's mom on Big Bang Theory, and it's her daughter that plays Sheldon's mom on Young Sheldon, and they didn't know that when they cast her. But yeah, she's great. She's so great. And of course, on Young Sheldon, his Mima is just the funniest character ever. Like, she's so great. I could watch an entire show of just her because she's wonderful. Yeah, they had to retcon a lot. I know. I know, when Sheldon's dad and his brother broke out. His brother, Georgie, had like a spin-off show. I don't think it lasted too long, but I know they did a season or two of like young Georgie, or like just married, because he gets married like a thing, and we saw him one time in Big Bang Theory as an adult. Annie Potts from Ghostbusters. Yes, she is. Yes, she is. She is amazing and hilarious. Like, just everything she does is hilarious. And I imagine, like, on set behind the scenes, she must have been just so much fun to be around. Hi, you're a puppy. You're a puppy. I know. But you're too hot and furry, okay? You have enough water? Yes, you do. You have water. Hmm. Okay, go lay down and have a nap. Georgie and Mandy's first marriage is the show. Yeah, I don't know how long that lasted. It might still be on. I don't know. I'm sure there's another Big Bang-esque spin-off coming. I just heard there's 2 Supernatural spin-offs about to start again, and what's that, like the 6th or 7th? I don't know. Supernatural never really stopped. They just changed it. And I know after it ended and they did a spin-off like without one of them, I forget which, whether it was Jensen Ackles or Jared Padalecki, but one of them wasn't invited to be in the spin-off, and led to a lot of like strife, but now they're both like getting a spin-off, and it's all like bygones because money will do that. Unrelated, Rick Moranis from Ghostbusters has finally returned to acting. Yes, got a standing O at Comic-Con. I heard he's in Spaceballs 2. That's how I know that he has returned to acting. The Georgie spinoff is still on? Oh my god. There's something sad about that. Oh, great. That's just great. Yep. You know they're gonna make an old Sheldon show in like 10 years. It's only been 2 years. Why is my sense of time with that show so off? I really thought that was like 3 or 4 years old. Okay. So I can cut it some slack. They'll get another few seasons. But yeah, they're gonna do like old Sheldon at some point, or like Sheldon and Amy, like they'll do like a Sheldon and Amy like married with children kind of thing, only without the dark humor. It'll be fluffy. Because in the epilogue of the show, he does reference having children and grandchildren, and they're gonna want to cash in on that in about 10 years. They probably won't wait that long. And then there'll be cameos from like Leonard and Howard and even Raj. Though why they kept Raj on that show, I don't know, because clearly the writers hated him. Because his character never did anything. He never had any good storylines. the tales of Cece, Sheldon's niece. Oh, because he has a sister, yeah, who does have children. We know that his sister has children, so he's an uncle. Yeah, they could do that. I don't know. They'll never stop. Big Bang Theory is too much money. They'll never stop. They'll do spin-offs of spin-offs. Because that's what it's for. Oh. Jim Parsons said he never wants to play Sheldon again. We'll see. Cece is Georgie's daughter? Okay. Yeah, definitely. That will definitely become a thing. Because, yeah, they'll just never stop. But seriously, they couldn't give us, like, the Adventures of Mima? That would be awesome. I'd watch that. I'd watch the hell out of that. Ow. Oh. Nancy Drew. No, thank you, Mrs. Essex. It's time for me to go, as much as it pains me. Your car is waiting for you. Sutton blotted her mouth with a monogrammed damask napkin and got to her feet. I'll just go get Daddy. I think damask counts as a brand name. Mrs. Isaac smiled and straightened the pressed white apron that hung over the front of her gray dress. Your father is in his study, and I'll let Dawn know you're coming out. Thank you. The family dining room was a charming little 15 by 15 window-filled annex between the mansion's main kitchen and the formal dining room. Why are you pawing my leg? What? What? Oh, hi. Hi. I didn't say for you to jump up. Hi. Okay. Hello. Ah! Okay. Don't with the knocking of the stuff over. Okay. Damask is a weaving technique. I thought it was a pattern. Ugh. Hi. Why are you here? Why are you here? Why are you here? Why are you here? What are you doing? You're clinging to me like you're about to fall off a building. What's the matter? What? Did something scare you? It's a weaving style? That's good to know. Did something scare you? Something I don't know about? Was there a noise? He's looking apprehensive about something, I just don't know what. What's the matter? What's the matter, huh? What's the matter? Oh, come here. Give you a hug. Hug, 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 yes. Hug, 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 you're a puppy. Hug, 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 little baby. Yes. Requires a lot of prep and it's very expensive. Yeah, I knew it was expensive. Now I want to find a video on how they make it. I bet How It's Made has covered it, because How It's Made has covered everything. Right, puppy? Yeah, you can find an episode of How It's Made for everything. Yeah, it's a good show, isn't it? Yeah, it's fun. Yeah, it is. Persnickety, does Sasha ever come up to you and cuddle and she's obviously afraid of something but won't tell you what? Kitties don't tend to do that as much. If kitties are scared, they just go to a hiding space and stay there until whatever is scary goes away. They don't go to people for comfort. They go hide the kitty. Whereas you go, love me, protect me from the thing. Even if it's only in my head. He's just completely melted. See, I can hold you in this ridiculous fashion and you don't even care. You're just happy that I'm holding you. She's never been afraid of anything? Well, she's a very brave girl then. No wonder she's such a happy girl all the time. Unless, of course, you're packing for a trip and then she becomes the immovable object on the bed because not happy. Whereas you just try to pack yourself in the suitcase because you're tiny and you think I won't see you. Izzy comes to you. You're her security human. Hey, it is, in fact, International Cat Day. So show your kitties some love. She thought there was an intruder once and I wouldn't say she seemed afraid. I wouldn't have fucked with her based on the snarl she was making. Good girl. Good girl, Sasha. Good girl. Yeah, she was saying, yeah, you try to come up here. You try to come up here. I know how to bite. I got teeth and everything. Now make the scary noise at you. Very good girl. I hope she got lots and lots of praise and belly rubs. I've seen pictures of Sasha. I wouldn't fuck with her if she were mad at me. She's got some size to her. Uh, in the main formal dining room, filled with light, especially in the morning, it looked out over the ivy-colored brick walls and carefully tended beds of roses. Oh, love roses. In the formal garden. It was like, you want to find out why people mistake me for a pit bull motherfucker? Let's go. Yeah. Yep. That is good puppy girl energy. Good girl. That's a good girl. Oh, she's such a good girl. Yep. That's exactly what it is. Bo can sound like that as long as there's a door between him and whatever he's trying to intimidate. He doesn't quite reach that level, but he tries. He tries very hard. He never really figured out how to growl, but he'll bark. He can bark for days and quite loudly. For the size of him, he's very loud. I've often had people be surprised how loud he can be because he's, he's a whole 8 pounds when he's full. But he makes up for it with volume. In the formal garden and had a corresponding old school Colfax and Fowler botanicals as fabrics. I'm saying Colfax and Fowler is a brand name. I think I've heard of it, maybe. Why can't I can write left-handed, but I can't do tick marks left-handed. It had been one of her mother's favorite rooms in the house. Excuse me. Back when she had been alive, Sutton and her brother had always had breakfast here before school. Excuse me. The whole family chatting away and sharing things. After her mother had passed and Wynne had gone to UVA, it had just been her father and her. And finally, when she'd gone off to Harvard, it had only been her father. At which point, Mrs. Isaacs had begun serving him his morning repast at his desk. I always eat at my desk, but I don't have a kitchen table. It was a habit that he had not broken even after Sutton had come back from business school at the University of Chicago and started to work for the Sutton Distillery Corporation. Okay, so she's clearly the one that's going to end up with Edward, and the other girl will be passed off for somebody else or just disappear, or we'll find out that I'm right and she's a fake. Okay, don't close and turn and pour water. Is this chapter titled Who the Hell Cares? It should be. They don't have chapter titles. But yeah, I'm based on the fact that we're getting her background, I'm saying she is final girl. As she folded her napkin and placed it beside her hollowed out grapefruit half, her muffin crumbled plate, and her vacant hard boiled egg holder, because we needed to know everything she just had for breakfast, she wondered why she insisted on sitting down here alone every morning. The tie to the past, perhaps. A fantasy of a future, maybe. The massive house that she and her father now inhabited by themselves, except when Wynne came to visit, was 25,000 square feet of historic, upkeep-intensive grandeur. All the antiques in it passed down from generation to generation, the art museum quality, the carpets from Persia, except when they'd been handmade in France. It was a resplendent sanctuary where brass railings and gold leaf fixtures glowed from countless polishings, and hanging crystal twinkled from the ceilings and on the walls. And the wood, well mellowed from time's passage, offered warmth sure as a banked fire. It was a lonely place. The sound of her stilettos was muffled as she had been taught how to walk properly, the quiet rhythm of her footsteps echoing in the lovely emptiness as she proceeded to the front of the house, passing by sitting rooms and libraries, parlors and powder rooms. Nothing was out of place, no clutter to be found, everything cleaned with reverent hands, no lint or dust anywhere. The doors to her father's study were opened, and he looked up from his desk. There she is. Yeah, we get it. They're very rich. Old money. His hands went to grip his chair arms out of a reflex born from always rising to his feet whenever a woman entered a room or left it. But it was an impotent gesture, his strength no longer there, the sad impulse that he couldn't follow through on something she'd ignored with determination. Okay, so her father's like gonna die or something. Are you going in now, then? He said as he dropped his hands into his lap. We're going in. She went around and kissed him on the cheek. Let's go. Finance committee starts in 45 minutes. Reynolds Wynne Wilshire Smythe IV nodded at the bound book on the corner of his desk. I read the materials. Things are going well. We're a little soft in South America. I think we need to... Button, sit down, please. With a frown, she took a seat across from him, linking her ankles under the chair and arranging her suit. As usual, she was dressed in Armani, the peach color, one of her father's favorites on her. Ew, peach does not look good on anybody. And name drop for Armani, and I'm already running out of space. Is there something wrong? It's time to announce things. He said the words she'd been dreading. Her heart stopped. Later she would remember every single thing about where the pair of them sat facing each other in the study, and how handsome he was with his head full of white hair and his perfectly pressed pinstripe suit, and how her hands, which were just like his, had knotted together in her lap. No, she said flatly, it is not. As Reynolds went to extend his arm towards her, his palm flapped across the leather blotter, and for a moment all Sutton wanted to do was scream. Instead, she swallowed the emotion and met his attempt to connect halfway, leaning over the great expanse of his desk, messing up the piles of papers. My darling, he smiled at her. How proud I am of you. Stop it. She made a show of turning her wrist and looking at her gold watch. We have to go now so we can meet with Connor before we start. I've already told Connor, Lashme, and James. The press release will be issued to the Times and the Wall Street Journal as soon as your employment contract is amended. Lashme's drafting it as we speak. This isn't something between you and I anymore. So I take it she's about to be named like head of the company and she doesn't want this. Sutton felt cold fear, the kind that prickled the back of your neck and made you sweat under your arms. No, it's not legal. It has to be ratified by the board. They did it last night. She sat back, separating them, and as the hard chair hit her shoulder blades, for some absurd reason, she thought about the number of employees they had worldwide. Thousands and thousands. How much business they did between their bourbon distilling, the wine subsidiary, and then their vodka, gin, and rum lines. 10 billion annually, with gross profit of nearly 4 billion. She thought of her brother and wondered how he was going to feel about this. Then again, Wynne had been told 2 years ago this was the way things were going to go, and even he had to know she was the one with the business head. Sutton looked at her father and promptly forgot about the corporation. As her eyes blurred with tears, she threw out all decorum and regressed back to when her mother had been lost. I don't want you to die. Neither do I, and I have no intention of going anywhere. He laughed ruefully. And with the way this Parkinson's is progressing, I fear that is more true than I should like it. Yeah, so he's dying, so she gets to become the public face of the company, and yeah. Can I do this? She whispered. He nodded. I'm not giving you the position because you're my daughter. Love has a place in families. It's not welcome in business. You're succeeding me because you're the right person to take us into the future. Everything is so different from when my grandfather gave that corner office over to me. It's all so global, so volatile, so competitive now. And you understand all of it. I need another year. You don't have that. I'm sorry. He went to move his arm again, and gritted his teeth with frustration, which was the closest he came to ever cursing. Remember this, though. I didn't spend the last 40 years of my life pouring everything I had into an endeavor just to turn it over to somebody who isn't fit for the job. You can do this. Moreover, you will do it. There's no other option than to succeed. Nothing like just heaping the pressure on her. Yes. Yes, he's totally giving her the position because she's his daughter. There was not. No. No, no, no. No, no, no. Of course it's because she's the daughter. Duh. It's always how it is. You know, I'm not saying that makes her unqualified in any way. But let's be real. Ugh. Yeah, I swear one of these days I'm going to tape a ruler across my shoulders to remind me to sit up. I used to have really good posture too. Ugh. Boy. I'm not giving you the position because you're my daughter. I just never considered anyone else for the job. Yep, 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 yep. That's it. That's it. That's it. They're not quite as bad as Will Smith forcing his kids at the age of like 7 into careers that they couldn't possibly have wanted and weren't suited for. Like his daughter's trying to be a singer again and hoping people will forget, you know, she starred in a music video and sang a song about fucking when she was like 7 years old. I got in an argument with my cousin about that music video because she showed it to me and I said it was hella inappropriate because there's like a 7-year-old Willow Smith dressed up like a prostitute and singing a song that's obviously about sex. And she was like, you just see that in everything. It's not really about that. And I'm like, yes, it is. And then his son trying to be an actor even though he's god awful and kind of crazy from what I heard. Like he used to like tweet a bunch of stupid crap all the time. And I saw a couple interviews where you could tell he's like genuinely just one of those nepo babies that's so sheltered. Like it always shocks me when people who had supposedly like the best education are just uneducated, ignorant morons. Yeah, I think it was more at the age of 7 she wanted to be a singer and Will Smith had the resources to try and force it to happen. Yeah, your life goals change every day. Yeah. No, it was yeah, you're entirely right. It was entirely him using his connections to try and make it happen, but as far as I know, she only ever did that one song and that one music video and got met with, you know, obviously a megaton of criticism that rightly so. Rightly so. None of the criticism was undeserved. You know, just like, you know, the son being criticized for being a terrible actor. You know, but you can't hold the kid accountable for After Earth, though. A lot of things were wrong with After Earth that had nothing to do with him. Did have a lot to do with Will Smith. Will Smith had a bigger hand in that movie a pile of garbage than most people know, but yeah. They're uneducated. Will and Jada started a Scientology adjacent school before homeschooling and letting them direct their education. Is that true? Because that would make a lot of sense. I didn't know Will Smith was a Scientology person. It wouldn't surprise me if his wife is, though. Wouldn't surprise me if she is. I just know she had a song about whipping her hair. Yes. Yeah, that was the song about fucking, yeah. And it certainly didn't help. He didn't help After Earth. This is true. No, he didn't help. He didn't help. That movie had a lot of problems. But yeah, his terrible acting in it is quite prevalent. They aren't official Scientology, but yeah, I feel you. Uh-huh. Oh god. Ugh. What a waste. Yeah, but the big problems with After Earth was A, the writing, and be Will Smith trying to play completely against type and against character and against his acting strengths. And he's like sidelined the entire movie. Because it was supposed to be a vehicle to launch his kid's career. And the problem is the kid couldn't carry a movie because he's quite bad. And what's sad is so much money got spent on that movie. You can tell, like, they spent so much money. Like, that was a movie that had a budget that so many productions would kill for. And it was just a disaster. And I'm partially blaming Shyamalan. I love M. Night Shyamalan. I will defend movies of his that other people won't, but not After Earth. I will not defend After Earth. I will not defend Last Airbender. What was the other one of his that I agreed was abjectly terrible? I will partially defend Lady in the Water. I will not defend his turning down Disney money to make it because you're a fucking idiot for that. He was an absolute moron for that one. Because even though Disney didn't understand the concept, realistically, who did, they were still going to let him make it and give him hella cash to make it with. So, dude, you should have taken the money and made a better version of a very weird movie. But I will partially defend Lady in the Water for the concept. The execution was very bad because of money, which is why you should have taken the Disney money instead of walking away saying, well, they don't understand it, so I don't want to work with them. Do you think they understand anything that they make? That's not their job. They're a giant corporation with giant checkbook. Your job is to understand it. Take the money, go make the thing. Oh, Marky Mark in The Happening. Oh, okay, I forgot about The Happening. I will partially defend The Happening the way I will partially defend Lady in the Water. Good concept, bad execution. The concept in The Happening is actually a good one. I like it in terms of sci-fi because it is Mother Nature turns on man and leads to mass death. This has been done 1,000 times, 1,000 ways. The concept is good. The problem with The Happening is the acting, Marky Mark being one of them. Is it Zooey Deschanel is the wife in that? She's quite terrible in that. I'm not a fan of hers in general, but I've seen her be a lot better than she certainly was in that movie. The funnest part of that movie was the dad who hands off his daughter to Marky Mark and his wife. I forget his name. I always want to say he's the guy in Monk, but he's not. Or the guy in 13 Ghosts, but not. I gotta put 13 Ghosts on the watch list too. Let me write this down. What other movie did we say? We said 13 Ghosts, not the original. Well, the 2000s one. And Hidden Figures. John Leguizamo, thank you. Thank you. I could not remember his name. He's the best part of The Happening. And the hot dog guy, who is I will always remember him as Horace Bing from Dr. Quinn Medicine Woman. I will always remember him from that. He's in John Wick. I haven't seen any of the John Wick. I've seen Tu Wong Fu. Thanks for everything. And he's guy who is in everything. Like he's in everything. I've seen Tu Wong Fu. I've not seen The Odyssey. I'm assuming you mean the one that just came out. I haven't seen that, and I haven't seen the John Wick movies. I do want to watch the John Wick movies because I heard they're really good. But I heard they start with breaking one of the Hollywood rules involving a dog, so there's that. But I've heard they're really good. But yeah, John Leguizamo's been in absolutely everything. But he's awesome in everything. Him and Hot Dog Man. But yeah, I will not defend Marky Mark's performance, though I will say, even if you watch these are the behind the scenes that they actually put out on The Happening. There is this scene they left in the behind the scenes of him arguing with M. Night Shyamalan over how stupid some of the movie was. Because again, good concept, very poorly done. the concept of having to run from a very, like, I don't want to, not existential threat, what's the word I want, but from a global threat that's come out of nowhere. You have a little bit of a survival thing, haven't seen the Odyssey yet. I'm waiting for Elon's historically accurate. I know. He's gonna make it. Yes, Elon Musk has publicly announced he's going to make a historically accurate version of a made-up story that has, like, magic and giants and gods and powers and takes place over, like, 40 years. But we're gonna make it historically accurate. Yeah, that'll be fun. That movie just crossed into the $3 billion club in less than 2 weeks, so Elon Musk can suck it. Hi, Deacon. Yes, Elon Musk did actually say that. He criticized the movie because he didn't like that they cast Lupita Nyong'o as Helen of Troy, which I'm like, the only thing that's historic, like, because she was not a real person. Like, the only thing that is portrayed about Helen of Troy is she's the face that launched 1,000 ships. She's the stunningly gorgeous woman, and I'm like, they cast a stunningly gorgeous actress, so shut your mouth. Yeah, historically accurate witchcrafts, trips to hell, cyclopses. Yep. Yeah, and that. I know. I think that's what he was implying for Snickety, and I'm like, Lupita Nyong'o is one of the hottest women in Hollywood right now. Name, like, the top 10 hottest women in Hollywood. Her name is there. Like, you know who she reminds me of? She reminds me of, I don't know her name, but in original Star Trek, the actress who played Elan of Troyes, because the actress who played Elan of Troyes was one of the hottest women ever in Star Trek. She's on my top, like, 5 hottest women in Star Trek series. Yeah, Lupita's sexy as fuck. Of course she is. But yeah, Elan of Troyes is probably the sexiest woman they ever had on TOS. I would say the actress who played Grilka in DS9, House of Quark. She's incredibly hot, including with the Klingon makeup. Like, she's the hottest Klingon they ever freaking had, as well as just being super hot. She's way up there. I'm trying to think, who on Next Gen? Did Next Gen have anyone particularly hot? I mean, we had Minuet, who became Elizabeth Olivet on Law and Order, so I will always remember her for that. We had Minuet, who is kind of, she doesn't really do it for me. I liked her better as Olivet. No, I don't think TNG really had any super hot women. Oh, wait, what am I saying? Femke Jensen. Duh. Femke Jensen is Kamala, so she's on the list. Those are probably the 3 hottest women in original Star Trek. As Josh Johnson put it, black people hadn't been invented back then. Wait, did he actually say that? Please tell me he didn't say that. Oh, yeah, of course they have a problem with Elliot Page being in it. And I'm like, he's a good actor. He's a really good actor. Yeah, he was playing Achilles. He's in it for like 5 minutes because, again, the movie takes place over several decades. So a lot of characters are in it for like 2 minutes. Oh, Josh Johnson, the comedian. Okay, I was confusing it with somebody else. I had somebody else's image. No, yeah, Josh Johnson. Yeah, no, he's great. I haven't watched his most recent where he's apparently going after the Tate brothers, which I'm looking forward to watching that. Elliot Page does not play Achilles. Okay, I haven't seen yet. Who does Elliot Page play? I know he's in it. But I know he's only in it for like 5 minutes, but that's true of like half the cast. Because it's got a cast of about 70 people as main characters. It's the movie is 3.5 hours long or something. I think I saw that it actually has an intermission. Which, hey, respect. Yeah, Josh Johnson's hilarious. Especially with the Daily Show being on hiatus right now, he's at least providing some comic relief. Because it's summer and all the late night shows are on hiatus. Kimmel's off, Seth Meyers is off. I wish Jimmy Fallon was off permanently because he's just obnoxious. The Daily Show is off. So basically we're in a comedy drought until like mid-September at least. He plays Sirnon, a character from the however you say that, who confronts Ulysses in hell over his betrayal. Okay, cool. Oh, I bet he's fun in that. I bet he's fun. Because, yeah, good actor. I remember him from when he was still Ellen Page in the X-Men movies, played Kitty Pryde, I believe. Mega is stupid, yeah. And Lucy Darling, yes. Yes, we have Lucy Darling. I watch her anytime her shorts come up on my sugs, I will always watch. If you have not seen her on Penn and Teller Fool Us, she was on it twice, I think, because she's also a magician. And they know her because Penn Gillette didn't know she was going to be on. They never know who's going to be on. And he was like, we know you in real life. We know you. And so I got the impression they'd like work together. But yeah, Lucy Darling is awesome. She's a lot of fun. Page has been in several Christopher Nolan movies. Yeah, he is one of those writer directors that once he has his group of actors that he likes, he tends to reuse. Tim Burton, obviously, very much like that, because Johnny Depp and Helena Bonham Carter and Sacha Baron Cohen are his go-tos. They've all been in like at least a dozen Tim Burton movies. I think I heard Johnny Depp's got something coming out. He's in something new because he put in he was in like full makeup and costume, but he put in an appearance at San Diego Comic-Con last week as a Marvel or DC villain. I can't remember. So there's now speculation that he's playing that in one of their upcoming things. Artie's live. All right, so I have that to watch later. I'm always glad when Artie's live, but I on Saturdays, I'm busy. Ebenezer Scrooge, Others. Do you mean The Others, the Nicole Kidman movie? Because I don't think that's Christopher Nolan though. Because that was a really good movie. Now that I've completely lost my pace. By the way, we haven't even gotten through one chapter. We've been here for an hour and a half and we've not got through one chapter yet. So lowering expectations for getting through this. By the way, we have to get through this and an entire another book before we're getting the next E.L. James book that comes out in late October somewhere. You can skip Celine Driver. Okay. Thank you for the tip. That means it's a bad book. Probably. We'll get through. I'm looking forward to the E.L. James book because I get to play with fire again, because I'm sure we will find reasons to burn holes in it. Inception. Johnny Depp was at Comic-Con as I don't know what WH is short for. Excuse me. Yeah, I haven't seen Inception either. Oh, he went to Comic-Con as Ebenezer Scrooge. Okay. Excuse me. Why am I having hiccups? Yeah, I haven't seen Inception. I kind of know the concept. Isn't Leonardo DiCaprio in that? I think. Yeah, he's another one that Leonardo DiCaprio. I haven't heard of him being in really anything recently. Sutton let her eyes drift down until they settled on his hands. He still wore his simple gold wedding band. Her father had never remarried after her mother had passed. He hadn't even dated. He slept with her picture beside his bed and with her nightgown still hanging in their closet. Yes, Leo was in Inception. Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, I haven't heard of him being in anything in a while. But he's got all those 20-somethings to bang. Sutton, nope. The romantic justification for that was true love. The actual one was probably part loyalty and reverence for his dead wife, and part the disease and its course. The Parkinson's had proven to be debilitating, depressing, and scary. It was a testament to the reality that rich people weren't in a special class when it came to the whims of fate. Bullshit, because you can afford the best health care, and that makes a massive difference with things like Parkinson. You can also afford live-in help and blah, blah, blah. In fact, her father had been slowing down markedly in the last couple of months, and it was only going to get worse until he was bedridden. Oh, Daddy, she choked. There is an age limit on saying Daddy. We've both known this has been coming. Taking a deep breath, Sutton was aware that it was the only time she could ever let any vulnerability show. This was her one chance to be honest about how terrifying it was to be 38 years old and at the helm of a global corporation upon which her family's fortunes rested, but also stare down the barrel of her father's death. Brushing away a tear, she looked at the wetness on her fingertips and told herself that there would be no more leaking after she left the house. As soon as she got to headquarters, everyone was going to measure her to see what kind of leader they had. And yes, there would be snakes coming out of the woodwork to undermine her and people who didn't take her seriously because she was a woman and she was family, and her own brother was going to be angry. Just as importantly, she couldn't show any weakness to her father after this either. If she did, he was going to worry whether he'd done the right thing and possibly even second-guess himself. And the stress did not help people with his condition. I'm not going to let you down, she said as she met him right in the eye. The relief that suffused that handsome face was immediate and made her tear up again. But he was right. She no longer had the luxury of emotion. Love was for family, it was not for business. Getting to her feet, she went around and gave him a quick hug, and when she straightened, she made sure her shoulders were back. I expect to continue to use you as a resource, she announced, and it was funny to hear that tone in her voice. It was not a request, and it was not something she said to her father. It was from one CEO to his or her predecessor. Always, he murmured as he inclined his head. It would be an honor. She nodded and turned away before cracks in her facade showed. She was halfway to the door when he said, Your mother is smiling right now. Sutton stopped and nearly wept. Oh, her mother. A firebrand for women's rights back when it hadn't been permitted in the South, and in their kind of family. Oh, she would have loved this, it was true. It was everything she had fought for and demanded and stomped about. It's not why I picked you over your brother, though, he added. I know. They all knew why Wynne wasn't a real candidate. I'm conferencing you in during finance meetings, even though you officially have no role. I expect you to contribute as you would have done. Again, not a request. Of course. You will continue to serve on the board as trustee emeritus and I will nominate you myself as my first official duty at the next board meeting, and you'll be conferenced in during executive committee and all trustee meetings until you're no longer able to breathe." She said all this while staring into the foyer. The chuckle her father let out held so much fatherly pride and businessman to businesswoman respect, she started blinking again. "As you wish. I shall be home tonight at 7 for dinner. We'll eat in your room." Usually by then he was back in bed, his will exhausted from dealing with his body's rebellion, and I shall look forward to it. Sutton made it all the way to the study's door before pausing and looking back. Reynolds seemed so small behind that desk, even though the dimensions of neither the man's form nor the furnishings had changed. "I love you, and I love you almost as much as I loved your mother." Sutton smiled at that, and then she was on her way, going over to the console table by the front door and picking up her briefcase before heading out to the warm May morning. Her legs were shaking as she walked to the Bentley Mulsanne, M-U-L-S-A-N-N-A, M-U-L-S-A-N-N-E, alone. So, Bentley. Seriously, do any of these people ever take the same car twice? Because they have a new car every time they go somewhere. Anyone know if this is an ugly car? Bentleys are usually pretty good looking, though. I will say, Bentley and Mercedes and Rolls-Royce generally pretty good with the design. She had expected her father to be ahead of her. The subtle whir of his motorized wheelchair, something she resolutely ignored. "Good morning, Miss Smythe." The uniformed driver, Don, had been her father's chauffeur for 2 decades, and as he opened the rear door he couldn't quite manage to meet her eye, although not out of dislike or mistrust. He had been told, of course. She squeezed his arm. "You'll stay on, for as long as you want the job." The man breathed a sigh of relief. "Anything for you. I'm going to make him proud." Now Don looked at her. His eyes shimmered with tears. "Yes, you will." With a nod she got in the back and jumped as the door was shut with a muffled thump. A moment later they were off, smoothing their way out of the courtyard off the estate. Usually she and her father discussed things on their way downtown, and as she stared at the empty seat beside her, it dawned on her that the day before was the last time the pair of them would ride to the headquarters together. The final trip had come and gone without her knowing it at the time. Wasn't that the way of things? She had assumed there would be many more ahead of them, countless mentoring, ceaseless drives side by side. Denial was lovely while you were in it, wasn't it? But when you stepped out of its warm pond of delusion, reality carried a shivering cold sting. And yes, if the partition separating the front from the back of the car hadn't been down, she probably would have wept as hard as if she were going to her father's funeral. Instead, she placed her palm on the seat that had been his and looked out the tinted glass. They were getting on River Road now, joining the lineup of traffic that eventually funneled to the surface arteries that ran under the highways and bridges of Charlemont's business district. There was only one person she could think of to call, one person whose voice she wanted to hear, one person who would understand on a visceral level what she was feeling. But Edward Baldwin didn't care about the liquor industry anymore. No longer was he her competitor's heir apparent, her counterpart across the aisle, the sarcastic, sexy, infuriating friend she had long coveted. And even if he had still been the number 2 at at the Bradford Bourbon Company, he certainly had made it clear that he didn't want anything to do with a personal relationship with her. In spite of that crazy hookup they'd had at the caretaker's cottage out at the Red and Black, which he still couldn't believe had happened. After all the years of fantasizing, she had finally been with him. Sutton pulled away from that black hole of going nowhere by remembering their last meeting. It had been in a farm truck parked outside her house, and they had fought over that mortgage she'd given his father right before the man had died. Hardly the stuff of Hallmark cards. Yet, in spite of that, Edward was still the one she wanted to talk to, the only person other than her father whose opinion she cared about. And before his kidnapping, she would absolutely have dialed him up, and he would have answered on the first ring, and he would have supported her at the time, and he would have put her in her place, because he was like that. The fact that he wasn't there anymore either, Just one more of the losses. One more thing to miss. One more piece of the morning. Letting her head fall back, she stared at the river and wished that things were as they had once been. Oh, Edward. Why? Why? It wasn't the no, it wasn't the caretaker's place, it was his place, but she doesn't know that. She probably doesn't know that he's the one actually living there. And just assumed it was the caretaker's place. Or maybe I think it was like the old caretaker's cottage, but like he died, so now Edward's living there or something like that. But yeah, she doesn't know what's what. End of chapter. Oh. Uh, 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 uh. Why is it always kidnapping? I know. I know. That's another trope that appears in shall we say less than stellar romance erotica novels. Somebody getting kidnapped. It's a thing. I don't know. Hey, Discord finally told me Artie's live. We'll catch up on that later. That'll be fun. Persnickety, if you're still listening, tell Artie it's International Cat Day that he has to show off the kitties. Make sure he knows. Alrighty then, Chapter 8. Samuel Theodore Lodge III drove his vintage Jaguar convertible down River Road at a measly 15 or 16 miles an hour. No, we get Jaguar. And Hallmark. Traffic was no slower or faster than it ever was, but he was less frustrated than usual at the delay because this morning he didn't have to go all the way into his law office in Chaumont proper. No, today he was stopping off first to meet one of his clients, although to be fair, Lane was more family than anything else. One of the biggest the big estates up on the hills were to his left, and the muddy waters of the Ohio were to his right, and overhead the milky blue sky promised another hot, humid May day. And as the balmy breeze ruffled through his hair, thanks to the top being down, he turned the local classical music station up so he could hear Chopin's Nocturne Opus 9, number 2, better. I think I know that one. On the sly, he played the left-handed part. On the wheel, he commenced the right. If he had not been a lawyer, as his father, his uncles, and his grandfather had been or currently were, he would have been a classical pianist. Why does somebody always play the piano? Why? You know, this is why I'm glad that in the Hannibal TV show, he plays the theremin. I love that. I love that they had the balls to do that. Yeah, Chopin is great. I love Chopin. But can you play Chopin's Nocturne number 9 or Nocturne Opus number 9 number 2? Can you play it? Cuz that's asking something even of people with skill. Alas, not his destiny, and not only because of the legal legacy. At best, he was serviceable at the Keys, capable of impressing laymen at cocktail parties and at Christmas, but not talented enough to challenge the professionals. Number 8 is what you can play. Hey, if you can play anything by Chopin, you're up there. That or I heard Tchaikovsky's also quite a bitch to play. Because he likes very short notes very rapidly. And the funeral march thingy, yeah. Uh, he glanced at the passenger seat at an old briefcase that had been used by his great uncle T. Beaumont Lodge Jr. Like the car, the thing was a classic from an earlier era, its brown hide well worn, even bare in patches on the handle and the flap with the gold embossed initials, but it had been handmade by a fine Kentucky craftsman built to last and look good as it aged. And as it had been in its uncle's time, its belly was full of briefs, notes, and court filings. Unlike in T. Beaumont's time, there was also a MacBook Air in there and a cell phone. A MacBook Air? When the fuck was this written? I'm not a Mac girl. I was always HP. Though I do the I'm a Mac and I'm a PC commercials are some of the funniest things ever. They both benefited from those, so it was nice to see them get along. Yeah, MacBook Air. This is set in like 2015. That's like 10 years past MacBook Air. There was a MacBook Air in there and a cell phone. Samuel T. was going to pass the briefcase to a distant cousin someday, perhaps a bit of his love of the piano as well. But nothing was going to a child of his own. No, there would be no marriage for him and no children out of wedlock. Not because he was religious, and not because it was something that lodges simply don't do, although the latter was certainly true. Yeah, at least they got the template right. Oh, and brand name. You're right, brand name. Now I really want to pull up Artie's stream on my phone and just tease him that it's International Cat Day and he's required to have both cats on screen at all times. It was because he was smart enough to know he was not capable of being a father, and he refused to do anything that he did not excel at. This lifelong tenet was why he was a great trial lawyer, a fantastic womanizer, and a highbrow drunkard of the very finest order. Why is everyone in these a drunk? All of which were a ringing endorsement for Dad of the Year, weren't they? We interrupt this broadcast with breaking news. William Baldwin, 65, the chief executive officer of the Bradford Bourbon Company, is dead of an apparent suicide. There's a lawsuit. Numerous anonymous sources report that the body was found in the Ohio River. Okay, they would not be reporting that someone whose family has enough money to sue them into oblivion died of suicide unless it had been confirmed. Oh, hell, Samuel T. muttered as he reached forward and turned up the tinny radio even further. The report had more fluff than substance, but the moving parts were all correct as far as Samuel T. knew. Clearly, their efforts to squash the story until they were ready to come forward had failed. Yeah, see? Deacon knows. No, they would not. They would not. They would be saying his body was found in the river, but that is it. They would not be speculating about cause or manner of death. Hell no. Because a retraction ain't gonna buy you out of that. And especially when it's a publicly traded company and that information's going to affect the stock. Follows an accusation against Jonathan Tulane Baldwin of spousal abuse by his estranged wife, Chantal Baldwin, just days ago. Okay, so apparently that is still an ongoing plot point. Mrs. Baldwin was admitted to the Bolton Suburban Hospital emergency room with facial bruises and ligature marks around her throat. Initially, she accused her husband of inflicting the injuries. She recanted her story, however, after police refused to charge Mr. Baldwin due to lack of evidence. Okay, we didn't see that happen, but apparently it happened. As Samuel, is that our way of hand waving her, like, out of the story now? As Samuel T. listened to the rest of the report, he looked up ahead to the tallest hill. Easterly, the Bradford family's historic home was a glorious spectacle at the apex of the rise. Overlooking the Ohio, the mansion was a whitewashed grand dame in the federal style, with 100 windows bracketed by glossy black shutters, too many chimneys to count, and an entrance so grand that the Bradfords had made it their company's logo. Terraces sprawled out in every direction, as did manicured gardens full of specimen flowers and fruit trees, and grand magnolias that had dark green leaves and white blossoms as big as a man's head. When the mansion had been built, the Bradford money had been new. Now, as with those bank accounts, there was the patina of age to it. But all kings started off as paupers, and all venerable dynasties were nouveau riche once. The term aristocrat just measured how far back you had to go to get to the upstairs. Also depended on how long you could keep your position going into the future. At least the Bradfords didn't have to worry about money. Didn't he get told there's, like, embezzlement that has occurred? I thought he knew. The many-acred Bradford estate had 2 entrances. A staff one which bisected the cutting gardens and the vegetable fields, and went up to the garages in the rear of the mansion, and a formal gated path of glory for the family and proper guests. He took the latter, the one lodges had been using for a century, and as he ascended he glanced at himself in the rear view. It was good that he had sunglasses on. Sometimes one didn't need to see one's own eyes. Jin would be having breakfast, he thought, as he pulled up to the front of the house, with her new fiancé. And again, why is the fiancé living in her house? Like, this makes negative sense. Throat injuries and DB are a real problem. I hate how this author just passes that off to talk about money again. Yeah, I don't know if that's because, like, we wanted to get rid of the character of the ex-wife, like that's just over and done with now, and she's just gone, or are we gonna pull what E.L. James did in the 50 Shades and write her out for the rest of this book, but then halfway through the last book she's gonna come back as the villain in something? You know, is that what we're doing? Like, forget about her so that it's a surprise when she turns out to be the bad guy in the next one. That might be what we're doing. Getting out, he did a pass-through with a hand to make sure his hair was back where it needed to be, and picked up his great-uncle's briefcase. His blue and white seersucker suit reordered itself on his body without any prompting, and there was no reason to worry about his bow tie. He'd done it properly before leaving his bedroom suite. Good morning. Pivoting on his handmade loafer, he raised a hand to the blonde woman coming around the side of the house. Lizzie King was pushing a wheelbarrow full of ivy plants and had a glow about her that was the best recommendation for clean living he'd ever seen. No wonder Lane was in love with her. Good morning to you, Samuel T. said with a slight bow. I'm here to see your man. He should be here shortly. Do you need any help? As a gentleman and a farmer, I feel as though I should offer. Lizzie laughed him off and jogged the handles. Greta and I've got this, thanks. And I've got your man. Samuel T. replied as he lifted his briefcase. Thank you, she said softly. Well, it just said, like, there's not going to be any charges against him, so what does he need, like, unless they're talking about the divorce, I guess. It seems to be going through in record time. Don't worry, I'm going to make Chantal go away, and I'm going to enjoy doing it. Yeah, so I guess we're just writing her out. With another wave, he strode over to the mansion's entrance. Easterly's pale stone steps were shallow and broad, and they brought him up to the Corinthian columns around the glossy black door with its lion's head knocker. Samuel T. didn't bother with formalities. He opened the way into a foyer so big you could have bowled in it. Sir, came a British clip, are you expected? Newark Harris, the most recent in a long line of butlers, his current incarnation trained at Bagshot Park across the pond, or so Samuel T. had heard. The Englishman was very much out of the Dave something, out of the, I don't know, Suchet, very much out of the Dave, whatever that is, as Hercule Poirot mold. Look, I'm sorry, but that's a disgusting sentence. Do better. Officious pressed as fine as a pair of slacks, and vaguely disapproving of the Americans he served. In his black suit, white shirt, and black tie, he looked like he could have been in place since the house was built. Alas, that was only appearances, and the man had things to learn. Always, Samuel T. smiled. I'm always expected here, so if you'll excuse me, that is all. Okay, you don't have to be rude. The Englishman's dark brows shot up, but Samuel T. was already pivoting away. The dining room was to the right, and emanating from it he could smell a familiar perfume. Okay, does she bathe in it? Because that's a lot. He told himself to stay away, but as usual he could not. When it came to the young Virginia Elizabeth Baldwin, soon to be Ford, he had never been able to distance himself for very long. It was his only character flaw, because the womanizing and the drinking don't count. And we've seen how he treats women. It was quite disgusting. Or rather, the only character flaw that concerned him. Okay, fair. Striding across the black and white marble, he walked into the long, thin room with the same attitude as he dismissed the butler. Well, isn't this romantic? The affianced enjoying a morning repast together. There's a word. AFFIANCED. Didn't know that was a word. Apparently it is. Richard Ford's head snapped up from his eggs and toast. Jin, meanwhile, showed no reaction. Overtly, that was. But Samuel T. smiled at the way her knuckles went white on her coffee cup, and to make things sting more for her, he almost took the pleasure of informing her that her father's suicide was common knowledge. Okay, again, you don't know that. You don't know that. Nobody knows that. You should tell her that it's on the radio because it's gonna, like, honestly, how is there not, if they are like this newsworthy, how is there not a bunch of reporters camped out at the main gate? Like, the way that they're being portrayed as being important, it would be. She was better at being cruel than he was, however. And as Richard prattled on about something, all that registered was Jin's long dark hair falling over her flowered silk blouse and the Hermes scarf around her neck. No, there we go. This is not worse than 365. Which I forgot. God damn it. I forgot to put the burn video together again. And I had time. I forgot. I literally just forgot. But I recently had to record the voiceover lines, and I was reminded that that is much worse than this. This is bad. That is on a whole other level. Like, half the lines involved strangling someone. But, yeah. Some people that are in my Discord yell at me all week to finish the goddamn burn video. It is weeks overdue, and I just keep forgetting to put it together. So I have all the pieces. I just keep forgetting to put it together into the final form. So shout at me on Discord throughout the week so I don't forget to make the goddamn final video again. Please. And also, Deacon, it is International Cat Day, so pictures of Butters, please. And Sarah, if you're still listening, pictures of all things furry. How is Butters this evening? Ermi's scarf and the perfect arrangement of her elegant body on the Chippendale chair. Okay, Chippendale. And not the strip show. The overall effect was as if she had been posed by a great artist. Then again, say what one would about the woman's morals, she had always looked classy. It was the bone structure, the Bradford superiority, the beauty. Hello, Sarah! You've returned to the land of the living? Damn, girl, you got some good drugs. I'm jealous. I'm glad you're back with us. Invitation soon, Richard said. We expect you to attend. Samuel T. glanced at the broomstick sitting across from her. Oh, for your wedding. Or are we talking about her father's funeral? I get the two confused. Our nuptials. Well, I'm so honored to be on the list that will no doubt be as exclusive as Wikipedia. Damn. Damn. You don't have to come, Jin said quietly. I know you're quite busy. He looked at the diamond ring on her finger and thought, yes, she had done well for herself. He certainly wouldn't have been able to afford a gem of that size, and he was hardly a pauper. Ford's money was on the Bradfords' level, though. So, yes, it was a hell of a lifeboat she'd chosen to jump into. It would have been safer for her to try and swim with the sharks. I wouldn't miss it for the world, Samuel T. muttered, and I'm sure that daughter of yours is thrilled to finally get a father. As Jin blanched, he refused to feel bad. Like so much of Jin's life, that daughter, Amelia, was a mistake. The result of one of her random hookups after she'd gone off to college. A living, breathing bad decision that, as far as he understood, she had failed to parent and barely acknowledged. Way to talk about a kid! Why couldn't he have just hated her? Samuel T. wondered. God knew there was enough reason. Hatred had never been the problem, however. You know, Samuel T. drawled, I envy you two so much. Marriage is such a beautiful thing. How's Lane's divorce going? Richard said. That's why you're here, isn't it? Among other things. You know, 1 in 3 marriages end in divorce, but that won't be you two. True love is so wonderful to see live and in person. You're beacons to us all. Okay, somebody throw something in his head. Richard's brow lifted. I didn't think you were the settling kind. I'm not at the moment, but my dream girl is out there. I just know it. That was not a lie. Unfortunately, she was marrying this. Oh, why can I not breathe? Ugh. She was marrying this asshole, having breakfast with her. I swear they'd cut the lot or something today because I cannot breathe. We also found out the pool is going to be closed all season. It was already late, but now it's going to be closed permanently because the renovations they were doing to the garage apparently damaged the pool. And now they have to get a structural engineer because the pool may be sinking into the garage that's underneath it. So it's closed. What does this author think love is? Financial security. Marrying the Sassel, having breakfast with her, and the term that better fit Jin's role in Samuel T's life was nightmare. But he'd meant his RSVP. He would be there when she walked down the aisle with this fool just to remind himself of the reality of their relationship. As the sound of a powerful car engine percolated through the old-fashioned single-paned windows, Samuel T. nodded to the happy couple. My clients arrived. I can tell the purr of a Porsche anywhere. And like the sound of a woman... Whoa! It's like the sound of a woman's orgasm. You never forget. He said that out loud. Oh. No, best orgasm joke in any series is in Rome. I swear there's elements of tradwife bullshit in this, even though it's like, you know, predates that. And by the way, there's now like a mass exodus of trad wives. There's all these women that are former trad wives now that are coming out hardcore against it, saying it's nothing but an abusive nightmare and a completely ridiculous way to live. And I'm like, yeah, I didn't need to try it on for size to tell you that. You know, that thing in your head is supposed to be more than just air conditioning. Try using it for thinking. Like, I do not feel bad that for women that set themselves up in those relationships because you're a fucking idiot. And quite frankly, it's being immature and being a cop-out in life because it's basically letting a man treat you like a child your whole life so you don't have to grow the fuck up. I have no sympathy for these women. I really don't. It's like the sound of a woman's orgasm, something you never forget. Turning away, he paused at the archway. Something for you to work towards with her, Richard. Good luck with that one, and call me if you need any instruction. I gave her her first one. Oh my god. You would never say this in real... There would be a duel would come out of this. Somebody would just shoot you if you said this in real life. We have much to discuss. Name the time and place, girl. I will be there. But, oh my god! Saying that to the fiancé of the woman that you want and can't have. Oh my god! Like, I'm a bitch of the highest order, and I will say shit just to be mean to people from time to time. They have to earn it. I am never mean to someone for no reason, but if you are a fucking bitch to me, if you're mean and nasty to me, believe me, I will give it back to you and I will not feel bad about it. But I only do it in that occasion. I have never been mean or nasty to someone for no reason or said I'm fully capable of saying stuff like that under the right circumstances, but not like that. Like, I only invoke my nastiness when people have really, really earned it. Though I did once make a bank teller cry and I didn't mean to. I mean, I meant to be a bitch to her because she was, you know, again, earned it, but didn't mean to make her cry. Lane pulled up to Easterly in his 911 and parked next to his attorney's classic maroon Jaguar. We are just name dropping all the cars. You know, in the novel that I'm writing, I haven't even given one thought to what car my leading man drives. Like, if anything, I would say he doesn't drive. He calls a town car when he needs one. And he doesn't care what kind of car it is because it's just a car. It's just a thing to get from point A to point B. Dodge dart. Yeah. See, because my leading male character, which by the way, at the end of the night, if anyone is still here and would like me to do so, I do have a passage from my as yet unpublished novel that I am willing to read. If anyone would like to hear at the end of the evening, I did select something. It's a work in progress, but it'll make for a good read, I think. So, yeah, at the end of the evening, if anyone would like to hear that, I have something available that ironically talks about sex. It doesn't deal with having sex. You would love to hear it? Okay, for you, Deacon, at the end of the evening, which is in about 2 hours, I shall read. For you and Butters. And Ozzy and Izzy and Persephone and Sasha. And Sethiel's Dragons if he drops in at some point this evening. I think he's the only other person we know that has pets. Yes, Deacon, we go till midnight. You know this. But don't worry, if you have to go to bed before then, you can always watch it tomorrow because I did last week just clip the paragraph that I read of my novel and post that separately on this channel. So I'm going to keep doing that. That anytime I read a paragraph, I'm going to clip that into a separate video and upload it after book club for anyone that just wants to watch just that part without going through the whole thing. So there is that. It will be in a separate video on this channel. And I threw together a very, very quick and dirty thumbnail to throw up on it that I actually I wound up quite liking because I found a cool little image to put on the cover. What of you? He said as he got out. Lizzie looked up from the ivy bed she was on her knees in front of. Wiping her brow with her forearm, she smiled. I just started about 5 minutes ago. Things will look even better in an hour. He walked onto the cropped grass. Off in the distance, he heard the hum of a lawnmower, the chatter of electronic clippers, and a low whir from a leaf blower. I wasn't talking about the horticulture. Bending down, he kissed her on the mouth. Where is... Guten Morgen. Lane straightened and made his grimace. Greta, how are you? As Lizzie's partner came around the magnolia tree, he braced himself for the German woman's presence. With her short blonde hair, her tortoiseshell glasses, and her no-nonsense attitude, Greta von Schleber was capable of great feats of gardening and deep abiding grudges. As a string of German came back at him, he was pretty sure she was wishing him good day in such a way that a piano ended up falling on him. I'm going to meet with Samuel T., he said to Lizzie. Good luck. Lizzie kissed him again. I'm here if you need me. I need you. Greta's snort was part quarter horse, part mother hen, part bazooka pointed at his head, and he took the sound as his cue to leave. As much as this was his family's house, he wasn't about to mess with the German, and he couldn't say that he hadn't earned her disregard. But it was also time to start setting the record straight. There's fire trucks across the street again. They're always at that building. There's a building right there across the street that I swear the fire department is at like 4 days a week. Oh, I forgot to call. Damn it. I need to call the office and get them to fix the buzzer code. They changed all the codes on the buzzer system, and now for some reason when people are trying to call the office, half the time it buzzes through to me. It's only been doing this for like a day, but I meant to call them yesterday. They're closed on the weekend. So I meant to call them Friday before they closed, but then I slept until after they were closed because last night I went to sleep at 11 in the morning. Well, that would this morning. Because yes, I'm in insomnia hell. And I tried to get dimmable light bulbs to make it better, and then they showed up and were the wrong color, which I then had an autistic meltdown over for about 9 hours, which didn't help anything. And the proper light bulbs won't be here until Monday, so my brain doesn't want to go in my bedroom because it makes me cry because the lights are the wrong color. Which also makes me want to smash them with the nearest pointy heavy thing. It was also time to start setting the record straight. It's about the divorce, he muttered to Greta. Divorce from Chantal. Icy blue eyes shot daggers at him. About time. And you talk and you talk viz me ink is dry jaw. Okay, I guess we're doing broken English. That's viz is supposed to be with a German accent. Why do people do this? Why? You've told us the character is German. Do we really need to butcher English words to make them sound like a German accent? And this is the only time this is going to happen because we've had this woman speaking before and she spoke perfect English. Why do we need this to be a thing? Why is this a thing? But why does my Italian grandmother who's lived in Canada for 50 years not speak English? I don't know. The answer is because she lives in Thornhill, which is an entirely Italian area, and you can definitely live your entire life there only having to speak Italian. You don't have to speak English. Greta, Lizzie cursed. You got it. Lane pointed a finger in the other woman's face. You just watch. Heading for Easterly's front entrance, he counted himself lucky as he didn't get a trowel thrown in the back of his didn't get a trowel in the back of his skull. But he'd meant what he'd said. He was taking care of this bad baggage of his. As the grand door opened, he was prepared to steam by the butler. I've got a meeting, but Samuel T., not the dreaded Mr. Harris, had done the honors. His lawyer smiled like the Tom Ford model he could have been. Timeliness is next to godliness. That's not how that sentence goes. Which explains why I'm always late. Personally, it's the only religion I've got. Excuse me. The two clapped hands and went in for a shoulder slap. I need a drink, Sam. Okay, does anybody in these ever not need a drink? Like, I might have been, like, an absolute drunk for several years, but I limited it to the hours of, like, 9 to midnight. That was the only time I would ever have a drink. Rare exception if I went out for dinner, I'd have one cocktail because I don't get drunk in public ever. I've never been drunk in public. I only ever would get drunk alone because why would you want to be around other people when you're drunk? I have never understood that. You have to tap out. That's okay, Deacon. I'll send you the link to the reading part after I post it. Love on the butters for me. Love the kitty, cuddle the kitty, rub the belly. Don't stay up till 2 in the morning playing Switch. Uh, damn it, I forgot to do a daily thing on a Switch game. Fuck. I hate when they have daily events where you have to play every day. I'm playing 4 different games right now, which is very unlike me. Generally, I focus on one game. I obsessively play the shit out of it to the extent of everything else. But all of my games have summer events going on right now, so I have to jump around and do the daily things, and I forgot one of them. Damn it. Oh yeah, because I was screwing with one of the furniture moving settings to see if it was programmed properly, found out it wasn't, and got discouraged. Yeah. Ugh, I'm gonna have to spend an entire afternoon dealing with something because they don't know how to program shit. If I watch whatever that word is. Persnickety, did you remind Artie that it's International Cat Day? I want to know if he got the fur baby's presents or a cake made out of tuna. I'd go there and tease him myself, but I can't. Cake made out of tuna with cream cheese as the frosting. I think that would go over well with kitties. If you watch Artie's stream later, get to the trailer trash sheriff kid video. The dogs are fine, don't stress. Okay, thank you I genuinely mean that. Thank you for telling me the dogs are fine, because I don't like things where doggos or anything furry is in danger. Sheriff's Kid video. I think I've seen that one making the rounds, but I haven't watched it. Yeah, I am gonna watch Artie later. That it's on my to-do list. But thank you genuinely for telling me the doggos are okay, because yeah, it's not okay when doggos and furry things are put in jeopardy by people being stupid. It's very not okay. Uh, uh, where was I? I need a drink, Sam. This is why I love representing friends, particularly ones with liquor businesses. Lane led the way into the parlor. Friends, we're almost family. Well, he is the father of your sister's child, but he doesn't know it yet because reasons. No, she's marrying someone else. As he looked back, Samuel T. waved the words away. Not what I meant. Bullcrap, Lane thought. But he left his sister Jin's torturous relationship with Samuel T. well enough alone. The pair were Scarlet and Rhett. Oh, that's Gone with the Wind, isn't it? I haven't seen that. But I do know that they bribed the Hollywood censors $10,000, which today would be the equivalent of about $250,000, so they could keep the word damn in the movie. Just take away the mustache and add a couple of cell phones. And hell, with the way finances were going, maybe Jane would even end up making a dress out of the ball gown drapes in this room. What? When making a dress out of the ball gown drapes in this room, that is a very bad sentence. There was a chance a dog got shot, but it didn't. Oh, poor baby. Aw. Poor doggo was probably scared, poor thing. No, but it's in a good home now. They were pale yellow, a color she liked. Picking up a bottle of Family Reserve, Lane poured 2 bourbons into a pair of Waterford Rocks glasses and shared one half of the load. All right, we've got 2 drinks bourbons and Waterford glasses. I looked at those but didn't use them in mine. What did I pick? I picked something else because Waterford was too on the nose. So I picked something else. Both of them drank the liquor on a single swallow, so the refill was quick. Okay, so we're just getting hammered at 9 in the morning. Lane took the bottle with him as he collapsed onto a silk-covered sofa. So what have we got, Samuel T? How bad is it going to get? How much is this going to cost me? His lawyer sat across from him on the other side of the marble fireplace. Over the mantel, the second Elijah Bradford, the ancestor who had built Easterly as a way to prove the family's net worth, seemed to glare down at him. Have you listened to the radio yet this morning? Samuel T. asked. No. It's out. Samuel T. held up his palm. Your father's suicide. Not Chantal being pregnant. I heard it on the NPR affiliate on the way here. Again, there's no way a radio station would be reporting it as a suicide until that's confirmed. Which it has not been. I'm sorry, and I have to imagine it's going to be in all the papers tomorrow. The internet's got to be ripe with it already. You know, there's a way to check that. There's another video I saw of a Chicago PD cop spotter. Yes! No dogs but crazy bitch. Yes, I have been meaning to watch that. You know, send me the link to that if you still have it, because I've lost it. But yeah, I saw that making the rounds the last couple days as well. I gotta get back to recording body cam reacts. I've got so many of them saved. And those don't require an editor, which makes them quick and easy to do and throw up. I desperately need an editor. I can crank out content all day, but I am shit at editing. Also, I hate doing it. Lane rubbed his eyes. God damn it. Was it Chantal who leaked the news? I don't know. The sources quoted were anonymous. I'll talk to Deputy Ramsey and see what I can find out. It was probably the cops. I mean, come on. Agreed. And I don't think it was your ex. If it was Chantal, why'd she keep the pregnancy out of it? If she wanted to really screw us, she'd have led with that news flash. Although based on her choice of lawyer, it's clear she does not intend to go quietly into any good night. Who'd she hire? Rachel Prather? Again, why can't anybody have normal names in this? Who's that? Think Gloria Allred meets the Hulk. I was gonna make a Gloria Allred joke. I was gonna say it's gonna be book version of Gloria Allred. Although the latter is not a comment on physical appearance, more what happens if you piss her off. She's out of Atlanta and she called me last night at 10 o'clock. I was in my jammies. The woman I was with was not. Why do we need to know this? You know what? I had a lawyer for many, many years. He never once told me who he was banging. They had an office dog, though. It was it was a little cocker spaniel that would just let herself into the room and onto your lap if she decided that you were the person to cuddle her. She was a great doggo. Great little doggy. She had her own desk. And by that I mean there was a dog bed and food and water under a desk, therefore it was the dog's desk. She was a good girl. Oh, somebody's jealous that I'm talking about another dog. Are you jealous? Are you? Yes, yes. You're talking about another doggy, and I'm jealous, and I'm a puppy, and I just woke up from a nap, and I'm a million degrees, and love me. Hi, you're very, 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 very warm. Thank you for the stinky puppy breath. I buy him treats that are supposed to freshen his breath. They don't work. Because you always have stinky doggy breath. Always. Why do you always have stinky doggy breath? Hmm? No, puppy. Don't bath me. I smell, but don't bath me. And right now, we might enjoy a bath because it's hot. And I wouldn't have to worry about drying you because that would take about 2 seconds. Thank you for more puppy breath. Yes, there's my baby. It's so hot he's even shedding a little bit. Not that he's really got, fur. You have super short fur with no undercoat. For a long time as a puppy, I wasn't entirely sure he was going to grow fur because he was just skin until he was about 6 or 7 months. And he was like a really, really dark brown color. He was not this light blonde color at all. He was dark brown, muddy color from nose to tail with no fur. And then all of a sudden you grew fur. Yeah. We thought he was part wiener dog for the longest time because of the color of him, and he was just long. Yes, we thought you were a tiny wiener dog. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Because he's a rescue, so we don't really know where he came from. No, you just needed a home. And then the first thing you did was burrow a giant hole into an $800 chaise lounge that I had custom made. Yes, you did. First time I left him alone, that's what he did. Uh-huh. Knew you were a destructive little monster even back then. This is why he cannot be left alone for more than 2 hours. Because you turn into the Tasmanian devil. Yeah. Of course, he denies all these allegations vehemently. Even though somewhere I have pictures of you sitting in the giant hole. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he says he doesn't know what I'm talking about. He never did that, because he's the best puppy ever. And he never does naughty things like getting into the trash last night. No, you didn't do that at all. No. And now he's falling asleep. All right, go back to the couch, okay? Yeah, go back to the couch. Curl up in your spot, okay? Yeah. Mm-hmm. You go back to your spot, little one. Come on. I gotta get someone to get rid of that couch. I wanted to get rid of it for like a year, but getting someone to actually haul it out to the spot where bulk pickup stuff goes is the problem. I should call and see when the next one of that is. I think it's like every 2 weeks or so. It might be, it's probably different in the summer. I should look and post something in the laundry room. There's a bulletin board and say, just like, if anybody feels like doing a good deed, could you please haul this couch out for me? Lane could only imagine. They were not wasting any time with the ask, I see. How much do they want? Samuel T. held up his glass. You know, this actually is the best bourbon I've ever had. So full bodied and. How much? Samuel T.'s eyes shot across the low slung coffee table. Half of everything in your name, which is about $80 million. Is she insane? Well, do you have a prenup? Because if you don't, then she gets half. Even if she's a cheating, lying bitch. Yes, but to paraphrase, Chantal has informed you don't want has information you don't want getting out in the press. When Lane didn't fill in the silence, Samuel T. pointed out the obvious. That pregnancy is a problem in this regard. Even if, in other situations, I could have used it to reduce alimony. Her blessed event is just one issue. Is that why your father killed himself? Samuel T. asked softly. Again, you're all just assuming. The guy's been dead for like 12 hours, and they're all assuming. I don't know. Lane shrugged, thinking he should be making a damn list. Regardless, I'm not writing that kind of check to her, Samuel. It's not going to happen. Shouldn't somebody be, like, actively planning a giant funeral right now? Hi, I just cuddled you. No, you're not coming up again. You are sufficiently cuddled. Now you're just getting into toddler mode of, I don't want to have a nap, I want to cuddle, and I want to play, and I'm not tired, and I'm not tired, I'm really not tired. Yeah, go lay down. Look, my advice to you, especially given her circumstances and your father's passing, Samuel T. seemed to savor some more of the bourbon. I think you should pay the money. And I can't believe I'm saying that. I was prepared to fight her for everything, but everything but the engagement ring. Your family's reputation needs to be considered, though. And yes, I know it's a hit on your bottom line, but with the way the bourbon is selling right now, in 3 years, maybe less, you'll be whole. This is not the time to take a principled stance, for so many reasons. Especially not if you've moved on with your gardener. Yeah, because she could make allegations that he's been having an affair the entire time as well, because he emotionally has. And, like, if you're trying to keep out of the papers, having a nasty divorce fight is not the way to do it. I've been on the edges of, like, 3 nasty divorces with people I knew. So I've seen how bad it can get, and it's bad. Of course, you don't have to be married to make each other's lives hell, because I'm currently I'm trying to FOIA request a police report, and I'm dealing with somebody who doesn't understand that I cannot get consent from dead people. Because I finally, after like 5 weeks, got a response saying, well, there's other people named in this, so I need their consent. And I'm like, yeah, all those people are dead. There's a Serrana sighting. Aw, good. That's nice. I hope Baldwin's, not being a little bastard anymore and stealing her food. She's a tiny girl. She needs her food. And I know she was a brat to him when he showed up and pounced on him a lot. But he's bigger than her now. Climbing on Daddy for cuddles. Yeah, she does like to imitate a necktie. She does a very good impression of a necktie. Head on the shoulder, body hanging down the middle. She's a happy girl. No, I also like when she lays on top of the computer tower with her feet just sticking into the frame. She's a horticulturalist, Lane critted out. Samuel T. held up a palm. My apologies. As for Chantal, I'll draft an ironclad non-disclosure agreement, force her to disavow the parentage to ensure no contact for her or the child with anyone under this roof. Even if Chantal signs something like that, I'm still not writing that check. And by the way, you can't do that, because if the child is like his father's child, which we're all saying it is, you're stuck with her for the rest of that kid's life because that kid is a Bradford whether you like it or not. The fact that it's from the older of the two men doesn't make a difference. That kid is still family, and they're still going to be part of the empire, or at least get a piece of it. So get used to dealing with that reality. Lane, don't be an ass. This woman has the kind of lawyer who will rake you and this family through the press like you won't believe. And your mother doesn't know about the pregnancy, does she? When Lane shook his head, Samuel dropped his voice. Then let's keep things that way, shall we? If the mom is in a drugged out stupor all day, what does it matter? She's not going to know anyway. And do we really think she would care? Did she have delusions that her husband was faithful? Because I don't think so. Uh, Lane pictured the woman who had borne him laying in a state in that satin bed of hers upstairs. It was tempting to believe he could keep her insulated from all parts of this, but the nurses who tended her around the clock were all in the world, reading newspapers, listening to the radio, on their smartphones. But there was a greater problem, wasn't there? It seemed ironic to be pouring family reserve into his glass as he said, "We don't have the money." I know there's a spendthrift clause in your trust. My father put it in there. But that kicks in only if you get sued by a third party. At your direction, however, your trust company can set up a payment plan. Keeping her silence is likely cheaper than the fallout. You have a very picky board of old boys who believe mistresses should be neither seen nor heard, and suicide is a criminal weakness. We have larger problems, Samuel T., than that pregnancy. Why do you think Jin is marrying Richard? Because she needs a man she can control. Wow, do you not have the read on that? It's because she needs the money. Under other circumstances, it would have been amusing to watch light dawn on Marblehead, the comprehension bringing a pall over his old friend's face. What are you? I'm sorry, what? My father jumped for a lot of reasons, and some of them are financial. There's a shitload of money missing from the household accounts, and I fear the Bradford Bourbon Company is running out of cash as well. I literally don't have the money to pay Chantal, now or over time. Samuel T. swirled his bourbon around, then finished it. Okay, dude is hammered. Like, 9 a.m. You'll have to excuse me, but my brain is having trouble processing that. What about your mother's stock portfolio? What about, yeah, see the problem here? There's no way that there's any financial problems the way this family has been set up. It just doesn't make any sense, which is where poor research comes in. Do your homework. If you're going to write stuff like this, do your fucking homework. We're 68 million in the hole right now, personally, and I think that's the tip of the iceberg. Samuel T. blinked, then he held out his empty glass. I beg of you, may I have some more? Okay, so we're just getting really drunk, because that's like 3 glasses of bourbon in under 5 minutes. Wayne refilled the guy and then helped himself again. I've got a buddy of mine here from New York trying to figure it out. Jeff Stern. You remember him from UVA. Good guy. Couldn't hold his liquor like a southerner, but other than that, he was okay. He's upstairs weeding through the company's financials, trying to figure out how bad it all is. I completely forgot about that plot point. 100% forgot that. It would be a mistake for us to assume that my father hasn't misappropriated almost everything. After all, about a year ago, he had my mother declared incompetent and took over her trusts. God only knows whether there's anything left anywhere. Hi, Sadell! Good to see you. Honestly, not that much. We are reading at a criminally slow pace tonight. We're about to end the second chapter. We should be much further ahead. We've been very slow. You haven't missed much. The ex-wife is demanding half of everything. He's informing the lawyer about the financial shenanigans that apparently have left them broke, even though it doesn't make any sense. The sister is still with the abusive guy who apparently overnight has moved in. And we're dealing with lawyer guy being an asshole and a womanizing jerk. And everyone is assuming the father committed suicide, even though that has not been confirmed, but is being publicly reported. Because apparently everything this family does is worthy of national news. And it is not, that's true, it is not Cerebellum's fault tonight. She did not cause the slowness. It's just one of those nights. I'm blaming it on the fact that it's like 40 degrees in here. And a certain puppy keeps interrupting and being a puppy. And there we go. Yeah, okay, yep, just melt. Look at this. Look at, just immediately melt. Just full on melts right onto me. Yep, melty puppy. Oh, look at you. What? Something has got him on edge tonight, I swear. I think it's something only he can hear, but something keeps like setting him off. What's the matter, huh? What's the matter? What's the matter? You're okay. You're okay. It's okay. It's okay. Are there fireworks somewhere? You're not usually too bad with those, as long as they're not too close. Oh, you don't want to be cradled? No. Oh, wanna curl up? Yeah. He's so sleepy right now. You're so sleepy. Little baby, you're so sleepy. Yes, you are. Uh, I will take the puppy break to remind everyone that we have ducks available. Our thumbnail is naked, and that bothers me because I always reset it when we start a new book because only the ducks that get sponsored during the book go on the thumbnail is the rule. So we have a naked thumbnail right now. No ducks. I haven't gotten any new ducks with the new book yet. So if anyone would like to, we still have some random ducks and some painted ducks available that we can add to our pantheon of lovely ducks. We have handcuffs, which would be a lot of fun. And of course, we have our Skittles drink mix that even though I spilled soy sauce all over them, are still fine because they're in sealed packages, so they're fine. So we could have a Skittles time if we wanted to. Which actually the sugar would be nice right now because my body's going, feed me. Feed me. I need food and sugar. Because I'm pretty sure that the Skittles drink mix is like 50% color powder, 45% sugar, 5% flavor. I'm pretty sure that's the mix. Okay, Bo, I know you want to sleep on me for several hours, but you're roughly 1 billion degrees, and you're a tiny furry space heater, and I'm already covered in your fur, and my arms are getting tired. So I'm gonna put you on your pillow. Notice how fat the belly is? And yet he wants to claim you didn't get in the trash. And yet you're claiming you didn't eat out of the garbage last night, huh? When you're this fat, huh? When you're so fat, huh? This is not a kibble belly. No, you didn't get your big fat belly eating your kibble. I also know because his bowl is still full. Yeah, your bowl's still full because you ate out last night, didn't you? Yeah. Of course, he says, I'm only guilty if you caught me, which is why I wait till you're asleep to get in the garbage. Yeah. See, he's not stupid. He's not stupid. No, he's not. No, he's not. You're a smart little doggy, aren't you? Only when it comes to food. All right. Go be on the couch. Okay, you need a bath, dude. I'm sorry, but you need a bath. You stink. Okay? Maybe later we'll give you a bath, okay? I'll take you in the shower with me. Sometimes that's easier. Because then I just hold him while I'm in the shower and then let him out so he can shake and roll around on a towel. Okay, this shirt was clean when I put it on. Now it's like 80% dog hair. All the cringe. Oh, yes, referring to a woman as girl before sleeping with her. A guy didn't notice he slept with the woman of his dreams and rich people being rich. We also had the "Are you a virgin?" question come up, and then very disgusting things got said about how when a man learns a woman is a virgin, he just gets that male instinct to just take her and claim her and stake a claim to her vagina, basically, and it's like, oh god. Like, does learning a woman... I've never actually known. I'm going to start asking this of people I roleplay with once I find anyone worth playing with. I currently have nobody to play with, which is really boring. But yeah, why isn't it all like erotica, bad romance novels? Men are one of two ways about virginity. They're either terrified of it and refuse to touch the girl even when she's literally begging, or they like see it as something they need to conquer and or are entitled to. I don't understand. Izzy seems to think my bandaged hand is an extra special scratcher just for her. Oh, at least it didn't bring out the mic. Well, yes, that's the thing. A virgin needs to be fixed. That's the thing. That's the ultra cringy thing. Yes, it's a problem to be solved. It's a thing to be fixed or remedied or claimed. And ugh. And Sarah, I'm sure Kitty is just going, well, this isn't usually here. Let me get rid of it. Something is obviously attacking your hand. So let me take it off because I'm being a good kitty. Uh, Samuel T. shook his head for a while. Do you want me to be sympathetic or tell you what I'm honestly thinking? Honest. Always be honest. Too bad your father wasn't murdered. Oh, just wait. I beg your pardon. Although not that I'm arguing with you, and I wish I'd been the one to do it. Under most policies, suicide won't let you collect, but if someone killed him, as long as none of the beneficiaries did it, the money would be yours. Oh, are we going to fake that it's a murder? Is that how we get to a finger being found in the garden? Never be honest. Well, that's one approach. Lane laughed. He couldn't help it. You know, this is not the first time I've thought fondly of homicide when it came to that man. From out front, a horrible scream cut through the morning like a gunshot. What the hell is that? Samuel T. barked as they both jumped up to their feet and probably fell over because they both had 3 glasses of bourbon in 5 minutes at 9 o'clock in the morning. Are we about to find the finger? End of chapter. We made it. Let's see how many actual pages we have made it through this evening, because it ain't much. I know we've got an hour left. And yes, at the end of the evening, I am going to read a passage from my in progress novel. We actually have gotten through like 25 pages. That's not bad. That's not too bad, actually. For where we are time-wise, that's actually not bad at all. Okay, Bo, I would pick you up, but you're a million degrees and I'm melting already. So I'm sorry, but you need to go curl up on a pillow because you are so tired. You are so past your nap time right now, but I'm talking to people and you're being jealous. So just lay down. Yeah, just lay down. That's my good boy. Lay down. Go to sleep, okay? Go sleep like a good boy. Yes, I know you has belly. Yes, I know you has belly. I know. Izzy's obsessed with pets. She keeps waking me up with paw taps for more pets. Well, you're nodding out, so she's like, "Are you alive? Are you alive? Are you alive?" She's being a good kitty. You know, she thinks she's taking care of you. I mean, you had surgery. She has to take care of you. I'm sure she thinks she's being a very, very good girl. Chapter 9. A lot of words in German. As Lane bolted out of the house with Samuel T. tight on his heels, bourbon splashed from his rocks glass, and he ended up tossing the stuff into the bushes as he left the stone steps. Just put the fucking glass down. Over on the right, Lizzie was crouched above a hole that had been dug in the ivy bed. One hand planted in the earth. Yeah, this is the part that we read at the end of the last one. The other shoving her partner back as Greta continued yelling and pointing in German. "What's wrong?" Lane said as he came running. "It's a..." Lizzie took off her floppy hat and looked at him. "Lane, we have a problem here." "What is..." "It's a finger." Lizzie nodded to the raw patch in the ivy. "I think that's a finger." Lane shook his head, as if maybe that would help what she'd said make sense. And then both his knees cracked as he got down on his haunches, leaning in for a closer look into the shallow hole. Holy shit. It was a finger. A human finger. Okay, is somebody gonna call the police? The skin was marked with dirt, but you could see that the digit was intact all the way around. And the thing was fat, like it had swollen up since it had been cut off or torn off or whatever. The nail was even across the top and the same flat white as the flesh, and the base where it had been severed from its hand was a clean slice, the meat inside gray, a pale circular dot on the bottom, the bone. Ugh, again with the butchered phrasing. Pun not intended. But none of that was what really interested him. The heavy gold ring that was on it was the issue. "That's my father's signet ring," he said in a flat voice. "Oh, shit," Samuel T. whispered. "Ask and ye shall receive." Lane patted his pocket and took out his phone, but then didn't dial anything. Instead, he looked up, 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 and saw his mother's bedroom window directly above where the finger had been buried in the dirt. As Lane's hand went to his shoulder, Lizzie's hand went to his shoulder and squeezed. Lane glanced at her. Keeping his eyes locked with hers, he addressed his lawyer with the obvious. "We need to call the police, right?" "You have to ask." As Jin and Richard Ford came out into the sunshine, Samuel T. put his palm up. "You two back in the house." Jin glared at the man. "What's going on?" Lane nodded. He didn't care if his sister saw, but this was not anything Ford needed exposure to. He was not to be trusted. "Richard, please take her back inside." "Lane?" When Jin went to step down, at least her fiancé caught her arm. Lane, what is it? I'll be right in and I'll explain things. Which would be a stretch, because he had no clue what the hell was going on. Richard, please. Ford started to pull her back inside, but Jin broke free and ran across the lawn in her high heels. As she came up and looked in the hole, an expression of horror made ugliness out of her beauty. What is that? She demanded. Samuel T. steadied Jin and spoke to her in a quiet voice. Then as he began leading her back towards the house, she looked over his shoulder. Do you call, or shall I? I will. As Lane fired up his iPhone with Deputy Ramsey's well-dialed number, he absently noticed his hands weren't shaking. Guess he had become an old pro with nasty surprises, bad news, and the police coming to his family's home. Oh, hey, officers, long time no see. And to make you feel more welcome, I've got designated parking for you right here in front of the house. 1 ring, 2 rings. I was about to call you, the deputy said by way of greeting. They're going to release your father's body for cremation tomorrow. No, they're not. Excuse me? Lane focused on the pale slice of flesh that was all smudged with fine Kentucky topsoil. Didn't know topsoil was one word. According to this, it is. We found something buried, right under my mother's window. Your boys in the homicide department are going to want to come back here. What are we talking about? Hi. What? What? Now the tail is going. What? All right, up. Come on. Come on. I don't know what has gotten into you. What? What has gotten into you? Okay. What? What are we afraid of? What's the matter? What's the matter, huh? Oh, now we want to lick? With your million-degree tongue? No, not the lips. Okay, well, I really don't know what's the matter. I promise there's no monsters under the bed or in the closet. There's no vacuum. I don't hear any fireworks. Thank you for cleaning my face. I know you're helping. I know. You're helping. I know. And you're a pretty baby. Yes, you are. You're a pretty baby. And I love you so much. But when I said go lay down on the couch, I didn't mean for 5 minutes. Okay? I love you too, little puppy. Yes. Yes, you're a beautiful baby, and I love you so much. You're a good baby. Yes, Mommy loves you. Come here. Oh, you're so sweet. You're so sweet. Mwah. You're so sweet. Okay, now go back to the couch and stay there, okay? Okay? Mommy's got like an hour left, then you can have my full attention, okay? Okay? An hour's not that long. You'll survive, I promise. I promise you'll survive, okay? Okay? Go lay on the couch and have a nap. Okay? Go have a nap with your fat belly. Come here. There we go. And there's more fur on my boobs. See, it's a vicious cycle. I brush it off my boobs, it goes on my desk, and then I brush it off the desk, and it goes on my shirt and my lap. You and your boys in the homicide department are going to want to come back here. What are we talking about? It's a piece of my father, as far as I can tell. There was a heartbeat's worth of pause. Don't touch anything. I'm on my way. Have you called Metro Police yet? Okay, whose jurisdiction is this? Like, you only need to call one of them. No. Call them. So the report is logged. Because what? Local PD doesn't log shit? What the fuck? This makes no sense. I don't even know. Lane laughed in a hard burst. I know the procedure by now. As they both hung up, Lane let himself ease back onto the grass so that he, Lizzie, and Greta were all sitting in a semicircle around the hole in true campfire fashion. No s'mores, but there could be a ghost story coming, he thought. A moment later, from the mansion's open front door, sounds of an argument boiled out into the pretty morning. Chin's voice the loudest, Samuel T. right behind hers in terms of volume. Too bad he wasn't murdered. Samuel T.'s hypothetical echoed around Lane's head as he wished he hadn't emptied his glass into the boxwood hedges by the front door. Yeah, are the police going to question that they're drunk? This could be a game changer, he thought to himself. Whether it was good news or bad remained to be seen. Edward, he whispered. Edward, what did you do? What? Why are we what? Why are we, what? The brother who is severely physically disabled, we're thinking he's the murderer? Because I could name like 4 other people first. I'm looking at the wife, honestly. The wife or whoever he owed money to. It's going to be one of the two. Out in Ogden County, Edward sat back in his Archie Bunker chair and refused to greet his visitor properly. There's no reason for you to be here. Dr. Michael Qualby smiled in his gentile way. The guy was 35, going on 12, at least by appearances. His handsome face and jet black hair belying his half Iraqi heritage. His miss-nothing brown eyes a warning shot across anyone's bow, lest they were fooled into thinking his kindness could ever be manipulated. His intellect was so formidable he Doogie Howsered his med school and residency programs, and then stepped in to help in his father's concierge practice here in town. Edward had been a member of their service for years, but he hadn't paid his dues since he'd come back to Charlemont. Good soul that he was, Qualby didn't seem to care. Imagine having a private doctor that you paid dues to. Like, that's like keeping a lawyer on retainer. It's like, what the actual fuck? I truly don't need you, Edward tapped on. Is that a Scrabble tie you're wearing? Dr. Qualby looked down at the multicolored, multi-lettered silk strip that hung from around his neck. Yes, it is. And if you don't need me, why don't you get up and show me to the door like the gentleman you are? We live in PC times. I wouldn't want to run the risk of insulting your masculinity. And it could lead to a barrage of internet backlash. Dr. Qualby nodded at Shelby, who was hanging back, arms crossed over her chest like an MMA fighter at a weigh-in. She said you took a stumble in the stables. Say that 5 times fast. Edward pointed to an old-fashioned black bag in the doctor's hand. Is that for real or is it a prop? It was my grandfather's, and it's full of goodies. There are definitely doctors who still carry those black bags. No, the only time I've ever seen them, it was like on a wall, like literally as decor. They're cool looking though. I kind of have always wanted one because I think it would make a fun purse. I don't like lollipops. You don't like anything from what I've heard. The doctor came forward and knelt down in front of Edward's monogram slippers. The only thing that would fit on his feet thanks to the ankle from hell and all its swelling. Oh yeah, he like fell and broke his ankle or something. I completely forgot about that. These shoes are fantastic. They were my grandfather's. I've heard that men in Kentucky never buy anything new except for wives. Our wardrobes, on the other hand, are loaves and fishes. Does this hurt? As Edward's broken body jerked back in the chair and he threw out hands to the armrests, he was forced to grit. Not at all. How about now? When his ankle was moved in the opposite direction, Edward hissed. Is this payback for my misogynistic comment? So you admit you're in pain. Only if you cop to being a Democrat. I'll say that with pride. Edward was of a mind to continue the rifling, but his neurons had become overrun with too much sensory information, none of it good. And as he grunted and cursed, he was very much aware of Shelby standing off to the side, watching the show with a glower. Can you flex it for me? Qualby asked. I thought I was. After 2 more hours worth of torture, okay, it was more like 2 minutes top, Dr. Qualby sat back on his heels. I don't think it's broken. Edward shot a look over at Shelby. Really? Imagine that. It's dislocated. Oh, that's worse. I've done that. It sucks. I've actually done that 3 times. Once was gymnastics. Once was a very high fall, and I do not remember. Oh, the other one was falling down the stairs. That's right. My foot got caught in the banister. Shelby's right eyebrow, I told you so'd, into her hairline. Edward refocused on the doctor. So put it back in place. You said you did this in the stables? How'd you get back here? I walked. Not possible. I'm drunk. Well, who isn't? Seems everyone so far is drunk. Hi. Okay, Bo. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Okay. Remember, I said go to the couch for an hour, not for 5 minutes, okay? Right? Why don't you go try again? I know you have doggy sense of time. Okay, I know. Little baby. I just trimmed your nails. How do you need your nails trimmed again when I literally just cut your nails? Like, that's where this scratch on my chest came from, because whenever I trim his nails, they're super sharp. Okay. Okay, you can stay here, but you're gonna lay down on your pillow, okay? Okay? Yes, I love you. Okay, lay down. Yes, you can sulk because you're not being picked up. Go lay down. Ugh, you're getting my pants all furry, too. Well, there you go. We need to get you to an orthopedist. I'm not going to any hospital, so either you fix it here or leave me be. That's not a course I recommend. You need to be. Dr. Qualby, you know damn well what I've been through. I've spent my lifetime allotment of days in hospitals already. Rather efficient, really, so no, I will not be going anywhere in an ambulance. It would be better to get prim, primum non nascere, something in Latin. And P.S., which is why I want to take you into town. And P.S., the customer is always right. You're my patient, not a customer, so your satisfaction is not my goal. Appropriate care is. But Qualby fell silent and did the whole steady eye regard thing, although it was not clear whether he was making further medical assessments or waiting for his patient to come to his senses. I can't do it alone, the man concluded. Edward nodded at Shelby. She's stronger than you are, and I'm sure she would like to hurt me right about now, wouldn't you, darling? Oh, I would smack him for calling me darling. What you need, doctor, was all she said as she came over. Qualby stared straight into Edward's face. If there's no dorsal pedis or tibular posterior pulse after I'm done, you're going to the hospital. See, I know enough to know that that's serious. I don't know what either of those are. I know what one of those is. You're the one who started throwing around Latin, and those are my terms. If you decline them, I will leave, but I will also turn you into social services as a failure to thrive case. Doesn't that apply to babies? Then you can have all kinds of fun dealing with the welfare folks. Okay, I'm sorry, but anything that is called social services, the second they get a load of how rich this guy is, they're going to fuck off if they're told. He wouldn't dare. Try me, came the calm response. Babyface my ass, Edward thought. You're a hard negotiator, Doctor. Only because you're being ridiculous. And that was how, a few moments later, Edward ended up with his jeans rolled up to a scrawny thigh, his mangled leg bent at the knee, and Shelby straddling him with her hands locked on his pathetic hamstrings. Due to injuries to his hips, the straight leg position wasn't going to work, according to the doctor. I'm going to pull on 3. Edward braced himself, looked forward, directly into Shelby's rather spectacular backside. I was like, of course he gets to share. But darling is more southern, though. I'm sure it is. But yes, that was the end result when you made your living as a physical labor and you were 20 something. Across on the kitchen wall, the old-fashioned phone started to ring. 3. Edward screamed and there was a loud snap, but the pain receded to a dull ache quickly. And as he breathed through it, Dr. Qualby did some probing. Pulses are strong. Looks like you dodged a bullet. The doctor got to his enviably functional feet. But this incident begs the larger question of where you are in your recovery. In this chair, Edward groaned. I am in this chair, obviously. You should have better mobility by now, and you shouldn't self-medicate alcohol. And you should... Isn't the word should a modern anthem? I thought you were no more shoulds. Pop psychology doesn't interest me. The fact that you're as weak as you are does. So I gather this means that a prescription for painkillers is out of the question? Worried about getting a second member of my family hooked on narcotics? Yeah, deserved. I'm not your mother's treating physician, and I assure you that I wouldn't be handling things as they are if I were. Dr. Qualby bent down and picked up his bag. I urge you to consider a short readmission into a rehab facility. Not going to happen. To build up your strength, I also recommend alcohol treatment because I don't believe in doctors. Program, the last thing you need to do is, and there's nothing wrong, is add alcohol to this mix with my drinking. Dr. Qualby took a business card out of his back pocket, offering it to Shelby. He said, "Take this. It has my cell phone on it. If you continue to live with him, you're going to be calling me again, and we might as well cut out the middleman answering service." I don't live with him, she said softly. I work here. My apologies for the assumption. Dr. Qualby glanced at Edward. You can call me too. And no, you don't need to bother. I know you'll say you won't. The cottage door shut and a car drove off a moment later, and in the silence Edward looked at his foot, which was now in the correct position and not angled out to the side. For some reason he thought about the trip over here from the stables. Him leaning on Shelby, his battered flesh draped over her lithe body like the dead weight he was. As the phone began to ring again, Shelby glanced at it. Would you like me to? I'm sorry, he said roughly. You're catching me at a time in my life when I'm just like your father was. You're not asking me to take care of you. Then why are you? Someone has to. Not really. And you might ask yourself if you should leave. I need this job. He met her eyes, and something in his expression shut her up. Shelby, I've got to be honest with you. Things are only going to get worse from here. Harder. So don't drink as much. Or stop. That's not what I'm talking about. Well, wasn't he a gentleman, trying to save her life as his went to hell? And damn it, he wished that ringing would stop. Edward, you're drunk. As the phone finally went silent, all he could do was shake his head. There are things that have happened with my family. Things that are going to come out. And it's not going to get better than it is right now. A problem with his ankle was going to be the least of the issues. As a car pulled up outside, he rolled his eyes. Qualby must have forgotten his bedside manner. Excuse me. Shelby went over to the door and opened it. It's someone else. If it's a long black limo with a pink Chanel suit in the back, tell them to... It's a man. Edward smiled coldly. At least I know it's not my father coming to see me. That little headache has been well taken care of. When Edward looked over the open doorway, he frowned as he saw who it was, out front. Shelby, will you excuse us for a moment? Thank you. End of chapter. Ugh. Okay, 2-second stretch break, and then we'll see if we can get through chapter 10. Oh. Better. There we go. Excellent. All right. Let's see. Okay, we'll probably make it through chapter 10. I have a hard out at like 5 past midnight, so factoring in about 7 minutes for me to read from my book. I don't know. I haven't timed that out yet. Chapter 10. Excuse me. Chapter 10. That's better. Out in the sunshine at Easterly, Lane ended the call to Metro Police and looked at Samuel T., who'd come back out the grand front door. Okay, counselor, Lane said. We've got 20 minutes before the homicide team arrives. At this point, I'm on a first-name basis with them. Well, you have had 2 people die under, shall we say, mysterious circumstances in as many days, so there's that. So we've got enough time to hide the evidence in case you did it. As Lizzie and Greta pulled a gasp and stare, Samuel T. rolled his eyes. Relax, it was a joke. At that moment, Jeff Stern came pile-driving out of the mansion. Lane's old college roommate and UVA fraternity brother looked about as relaxed and well-slept as anybody who'd been up for too many nights straight, living off coffee and microscoping financial spreadsheets. An extra from The Walking Dead had a better chance with GQ. We've got a problem, Jeff said as he stumbled across the lawn. Under different circumstances, he was actually a handsome guy, a self-professed anti-WASP with his proud Jewish heritage and New Jersey accent. He stood out at UVA for a lot of reasons. Mostly because of his math skills, and had subsequently gone on to Wall Street to make sick money as an investment banker. Lane had spent the last 2 years on the bastard's couch up in the Big Apple, and he'd repaid the favor by begging Jeff to take a vacation and figure out what the hell his father had done with all that money. Can it wait? Lane said. I need to... No. Jeff glanced at Lizzie and Greta. We need to talk. Well, we have 15 minutes before the police get here. So what the hell? Why didn't you tell me? No what? Jeff looked at the 2 women again, but Lane cut that off. Anything you have to say to me can be done in front of them. Okay, that's stupid. Like, in front of Lizzie, maybe, but not somebody else that already doesn't like you. Ooh. Didn't break. You sure about that? The guy put his palms up and cut off any argument. Fine. Someone's embezzling from the company, too. It's not just whatever happened to your household accounts. There's a river of money leaving Bradford Bourbon, and if you want to have anything left, you better call the FBI now. There are bank wires all over the place. A lot of RICO shit going on. This needs to be handled by the feds. Wayne looked at Lizzie, and as she reached out and took his hand, he wondered what the hell he would do without her. Are you sure? His old friend shot him a give-me-a-break stare. And I haven't even gone through all of it. It's that bad. You need to get senior management to halt all activity, then call the FBI, and lock up that business center behind this house. Yeah, we still do not have Max. We still do not have missing Bradford child returning home. We're 80 pages in, and we still don't have this person. Maybe it is. Like, that's a good guess. Maybe it is Max doing it, or maybe he was in on it, or knew about it. I mean, he would have access. Now there's makeup on my hands. Hi, puppy. Okay, again, this whole, 5-minute interval thing, can you just go lay down, please? Can you please go lay down? But I want to eat a duck. And I promise I'll give it back after I chew it. I always have his full attention when setting up the ducks. You know, not at all because he's hoping I'll drop one and he can snatch it before I grab it back. Okay, back to the couch with you. He is way too pleased with himself right now. Yeah, this is the financial friend that I forgot existed. But maybe we'll get an actual, reason that they're potentially in financial trouble, because so far I ain't buying it. Lane pivoted towards the mansion. After his mother had taken ill, his father had converted what had previously been the stables behind the mansion into a fully functional, state-of-the-art office facility right on site. William had moved senior management in, put locks on all the doors, and turned the company's massive headquarters downtown into a second fiddle. Also ran repository for vice president, repository for vice presidents, directors, and middle managers. Ostensibly, the relocation of the Brain Trust had been so the man could stay home close to his wife. Really, who could believe that, given the pair of them had rarely been seen in the same room together? Now Lane was seeing the real reason why. Easier to steal with fewer people around. Field trip, he announced. Also, this is not the moment to be doing that right after you found a severed body part on the property and the police are coming. With that, he released Lizzie's palm and strode off, heading around to the soccer field-sized rear courtyard where the business center stretched out behind the mansion. In his wake, people were talking to him, but he ignored all that. Lane, Samuel T. said as he jumped in front. What are you doing? Saving electricity. I think we should call law enforcement. I just did. Remember the finger? The business center's back door was locked with a big fat deadbolt secured by a coded system. Fortunately, when he and Edward had broken in a couple days ago to get the financials, Lane had memorized the correct sequence of digits. Punching them in on the pad, the entry unlocked, and he walked into the hushed, luxurious interior. Every inch of the nearly 20,000 square foot single-story structure was done in maroon and gold carpeting that was as thick as a mattress. That sounds horrible. Insulated walls meant no voices or ringing phones or tapping keyboards traveled outside any given space, and there were as many portraits on the walls as most iPhones had selfies. With private offices for senior management, a gourmet kitchen, a reception area that resembled the Oval Office of the White House, the facility represented everything the Bradford Bourbon Company stood for. The highest standards of excellence, the oldest of traditions, and the very best of the best for everything. Lane didn't head for the higher-ups in their private offices, though. He went to the back where the storage rooms and the kitchen were, as well as the utilities. Pushing through a double door, he entered a hot, windowless enclave full of mechanicals that included blowers for heat and air and a hot water heater, and the electrical panel. Overhead lights were motion-activated, and he went directly across the concrete floor to the fuse box. Grabbing a hold of a red handle at its side, he pulled the thing down, killing all the current to the facility. Okay, you really should have shut down the computers properly first, you fucking moron. Everything went dark, then low-lit security panels flared. As he stepped back into the hall, Samuel T. said dryly, "Well, that's one way to do it." Like wasps riled from a nest, executives came running. 3 men, 1 woman, the receptionist clown-carring their way into the narrow corridor at the same time. They stopped dead as soon as they saw him. The CFO, a 60-year-old Ivy League-educated know-it-all, with manicured hands and shoes shined at his private club, recoiled. "What are you doing here?" You say to the guy who now probably owns this company. Really? Okay, so we have someone who's ready to retire. Shutting this place down. Excuse me? While another suit came skidding into the group, Lane just pointed to the back door he himself had come through. "Get out, all of you. Yeah, also, given the head of the company just died, would anyone really be at work today? Really? I kind of think no. Uh, the CFO got Robin chested and authority voiced. You do not have the right to. The police are on their way, which was technically true. It's your choice whether you're leaving with them or in your own Mercedes, or do you drive a Lexus? Ooh, double name drop. Lane watched their expressions carefully and was entirely unsurprised when the CFO went on another "you have no right" offensive. This is private property, Samuel T. said smoothly. This facility is not on corporate land. You've just been informed by the owner that you're not welcome. You all look smart enough to already know trespassing law in Kentucky, but I'm more than happy to provide you with a quick lesson or a refresher as necessary. It will involve a shotgun, however, and okay, as a lawyer, you should know not to threaten people, moron. Lane elbowed his lawyer in the liver to shut him up. Yeah, shut up. Meanwhile, the CFO pulled himself together and ran a hand down his red tie. There are critical functions managed from this. Lane went in face to face with the guy, prepared to grab him by the Brooks brothers and drag him out onto the lawn. Shut up and start walking. Your father would be appalled. He's dead, remember? He doesn't have an opinion. Now, are you leaving peacefully or am I getting a gun like my lawyer was talking about? Are you threatening me? Samuel T. spoke up. You're trespassing in 3, 2, 1. I'm going to tell the board chair about this. Lane crossed his arms over his chest. As long as it's not on a phone here, I don't care whether you call the President of the United States or your fairy godmother. Wait, Jeff cut in. One of us will escort you to your offices for your car keys. You're not authorized to remove any equipment, drives, paperwork, or files from the premises. Good one, Lane said to his buddy. Yeah, I'd be making very sure nobody took anything because you don't know who's in on it. Or who should have known about it and didn't. Okay, puppy, really. You will have my full and undivided attention in like 25 minutes. I promise you're not going to die from lack of attention between now and then. Okay? You're so sleepy. Go lay down. Go lay down, little baby. Out at the red and black caretaker's cottage, Edward smiled at his visitor as Shelby took her leave of them both. Ricardo Montverde was the CEO of Prospect Trust, the largest privately held trust company in the middle of the country, and he looked the part, his trim figure and distinguished presentation in that pinstripe suit making Edward think of a brochure for the Wharton School of Business circa 1985. With the wall of silver trophies creating a halo around him, the glow suggested falsely that he might be the bearer of good tidings. He knew better, however. Have you come to pay your respects about my father? Edward drawled. You needn't bother. Oh, but of course, the banker said with a brief bow. I'm very sorry about your loss. Which makes one of us. There was a pause, and Edward wasn't sure whether the man was chewing on that quip or gearing up for the reason he'd come unannounced. Probably the latter. Is there anything else? Edward prompted. This is very awkward for me. Clearly. There was another silence, as if the man would have much preferred Edward get to the point. But that was not going to happen. As Edward had long learned in business, he who opened the meeting in any given negotiation lost. And yes, he knew why the man had driven out to the farm. Monteverde coughed a little. Well now, indeed. With your father's death, certain arrangements that he made need to be tended to. In my case, with alacrity. Although I know you're in mourning, I'm afraid that there is one situation in particular which cannot be put off, and which is immediately due. Accordingly, and in order to protect your family's name and reputation, I'm coming to you so that things may be handled discreetly. I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, puppy hair. Liar, liar, pants on fire. So I'm afraid you will have to be more specific. Your brother came to me some months ago for a private loan. I was happy to take care of what he required, but let us say that I had to get creative with the financing. The monies are due now, and they must be repaid before the quarterly trust board meeting, or you'll be in a tight spot. Okay, are we looking at this guy being in on something shady? Because it sure as hell sounds like he is. I can't help you. I don't think you understand. If that money's not repaid, I'm going to have to take legal action, and that will become very public very quickly. So sue us. Call the New York Times and tell them we owe your trust company $53 million. Tell them we're deadbeats, liars, thieves, I don't care. I thought you said you knew nothing of this. Goddamn drink was still in his veins. Also, he was out of practice with verbal sparring. I think the issue, Edward said with a smile, is your needing to protect yourself. Trying to strong me so that you don't have to tell your board that you executed a massive unsecured loan without their knowledge and admit that you've been skimming the interest from it for yourself. See? I knew the guy was shady. My response is that I don't give a shit. Do whatever you have to. I don't care because it's not my problem. Your mother is in a delicate state. She's in a coma for all intents and purposes. As the eldest son, I would think you'd care about her welfare more than this. Wow, way to tell me this guy is corrupt as fuck. Yeah, he's trying to protect himself. I moved out here to this incredible luxury, Edward waved a hand around at the ratty furniture, to get away from all of that and all of them for a good reason. So sink that big fancy ship up on that hill, shoot your cannons at my family's mansion until the whole of it ends up on the seafloor. It's not going to affect me one way or another. Monteverde jabbed a finger across the space. You're not worthy of calling yourself a son. Dude, fuck off. Who the hell are you? Considering who my parents are, I'm proud of having lasted as long as I did under that roof. And do us both a favor. Don't try to mask your self-interest in the rhetoric of altruism while you're threatening my family. Tell me, how much interest did you pocket? 10%? 15? If the loan was for 6 months, that's at least $2.5 million right there for you. Nice work if you can find it, huh? So he's pretty much accusing this guy of just outright theft. Outright theft, fraud, and embezzlement, and many, many crimes. To which dude is not denying it, so. Monteverde tugged his icy white French cuffs. I regard this as a declaration of war. What happens next is your fault. Yeah, this guy's way more involved than he's letting on. How codependent of you. Edward indicated his body, but I've been tortured for 8 days by people who were going to kill me, and in my case, it was not hyperbole. If you think there's anything that you can do to get my attention, you are delusional. Just watch. He may not care about your mother, but I wonder if you feel so cavalier about your siblings. As far as I understand it, you've always been quite the caretaker. Were. We shall see. The man turned away and was out the door a moment later, and as the old-fashioned phone started to ring again, Edward stared down at his ruined legs and wondered not for the first time what might have been. What should have been. Too late for all that now, however. Cranking his head to the side, he stared at the receiver hanging on the wall by the galley kitchen. The thought of walking over there exhausted him, but mostly he knew what the call was probably about. They were going to have to come for him if they wanted him, though. End of chapter. Alright, let's see. Are we going to get through chapter 11? Probably. I think we'll get through chapter 11, then I will read my thing, and then we'll call it a night. Oh. Chapter 11! Edward McAllen, master distiller for the Bradford Bourbon Company, this book has too many characters, was getting nowhere. Sitting in his office, which had been his father's command central up until the man had died unexpectedly a decade ago, Mac was trying to reach someone, anyone at the business center. Nothing. All he was getting was voicemail, which, considering he was dialing senior management's private lines and not going through the receptionist, was unprecedented. The CFO, COO, and their 3 senior vice presidents were not picking up. Lade was also not answering his cell. As Mac hung up the phone again, he knew damn well that caller ID on the corporate phones meant people knew who it was. And whereas one or two might not have answered, all five, yes, their CEO had died, and there was chaos, but the business had to keep running. Hey, am I doing this? Before Mac could get the word right, he shut his mouth and remembered that his executive assistant, who had been his father's, was not out there anymore. It hadn't been since her brother had had a heart attack the day before yesterday. Excuse me. As if all the interviews he'd done today hadn't reminded him of the loss. Clearly, they'd just thrown him into a case of denial. Putting his elbows on the piles of paperwork, he rubbed his head. Hiring was a lot like dating. HR had sent over a number of candidates, and each of them had been a swipe left, the executive assistant equivalent of high maintenance, bobble headed beauty queens. Neurotic, Glenn Close, bunny boiling clingers, or sexless, defensive, hairy armpitted man haters. Wow! Why is there so much misogyny in this? There is not one female character who is not a stereotype. And none of them are being portrayed well at all. Like, that is just shit. Getting up, he walked around the battered old desk and took a lingering stroll around, looking at the artifacts that were displayed in glass cases and shadow boxes. There was the first barrel that had been stamped with number 15, the company's brand of relatively reasonably priced bourbon, a lineup of special bottles celebrating the University of Charlemont's basketball program wins in the NCAA tournament in 1980, 1986, and 2013. Historic revolvers, maps, letters from Abraham Lincoln and Andrew Jackson to various Bradfords. The wallpaper itself was the true testament to the company's productive longevity and pride. Every inch of flat vertical space was layered with labels from countless bottles, the different fonts and colors and images illustrating an evolution of marketing, value proposition, and price. Even as the product that was packaged stayed exactly the same. Bradford bourbon was made precisely the way it had been since the late 1700s. Nothing changing. Not the makeup of the grain mash, not the strain of yeast, not the special limestone aquifered water source, not the charred oak of the barrels. And God knew the Kentucky seasons and the number of days in a calendar year hadn't altered. But he measured the history that had come before him. It seemed inconceivable that over 2 centuries of tradition could end on his watch. But the corporate bigwigs had decided, before William Baldwin had died, to freeze the purchasing of corn, which meant there was no more mash, which meant Mac had had to shut down production. It would be unprecedented. Even during Prohibition, the BBC had continued to make its liquor, albeit after a relocation to Canada for a time. Wolf Island! Shout out! After fighting with the suits and getting nowhere, Mac had turned whistleblower at Easterly and let Lane in on the shutdown. And then Mac had helped get the prodigal son access to some of the corporate financials. But after that, he hadn't heard anything since. It was like waiting for biopsy results, and the stress was killing him. If he lost his job, this livelihood, he was losing his father, plain and simple. And he hadn't liked living through that the first time. Antsy and frustrated, he went out into the reception area. The barny, empty space was too quiet and too cool, the hot air rising up to the exposed beams of the converted cabin's high-peaked roof, the AC'd stuff falling to the floorboards like the rest of the old site, as this campus is known. The master distiller's office was housed in a refurbished original structure, and the old mortar and log construction retrofitted with everything from running water to Wi-Fi in as unobtrusive a manner as possible. Hitting the oversized door, he stepped outside and wandered across the cropped lawn. The old site was as much a functioning bourbon-producing facility as it was a tourist attraction to teach laymen and aficionados alike exactly what made Bradford the best. Accordingly, there was a Disney World cast to the acreage in the very best sense. The buildings all quaint and painted black and red, with little pathways leading from grain silo to mash house to stills to storage barns. And ordinarily, there would be groups of tourists led by guides, and the parking lots full, and the gift shop and reception buildings bustling with activity. That would be very annoying to work there. Out of respect for the passing of William Baldwin, everything was closed to non-essential personnel for the next week. Or at least that was what senior management had said. More likely, the cost-cutting wasn't just stopping at the grain supply. Eventually, Mac ended up in front of one of the 3 storage barns. The 7-floor, uninsulated wood building housed hundreds of aging barrels of bourbon on heavy wooden racking systems. The temperature variance of the season setting the stage for the alchemy that happened as the alcohol dated, fell in love, married to the charred fibers of its temporary wooden home. As he opened a paneled door, the handmade hinges creaked, and the rich, earthy scent that hit him as he stepped inside reminded him of his father. The interior was dark, the beams supporting the rows and rows of barrels, rough cut and worn, thin pathways that cut between the stacked racks, 2 boards wide and 30 feet long. The center aisle was much broader and made of concrete, and he put his hands in the pockets of his jeans as he stalked deeper and deeper into the building. "Lane, what are we doing here?" he asked out loud. Bourbon required time. It wasn't like making vodka where you could just turn on the spigot and there you had it. If the company wanted something to sell in 7 years, 10 years, 12 years from now, you had to keep the stills running now. Excuse me. Mac pivoted, standing in the open doorway with light streaming behind her. A woman with an hourglass shape and long dark hair was like an apparition from some sexual fantasy. Ugh. Because of course, that's sure. God, he could even smell her perfume or her soap or whatever it was on the fresh air passing by her body and blowing into the stacks. She seemed equally surprised as she looked at him. "I'm so sorry," she said in a low, unaccented voice. "I'm looking for Edwin McAllen. I have an interview with him today, but there's nobody in the office." "You found me." "Puppy." "You are such a little suck. Go lay down." Now I'm getting the "that's not the answer I wanted, Mommy" face. I know you're a puppy. I know you want all the attention, I know. He really does. He just wants all the attention. There was a pause. "Oh," she shook her head. "I'm sorry, Anyway, my name is Beth. Beth Lewis. Do you want me to come back some other time?" "No," he thought as her hair caught the breeze and curled up off her shoulder. "Actually, I don't want you to leave." Why are all the men horny? Why are they all horny and kind of stalkery and perverted? Why? Why? And do we really need a romantic interest for a character that is like side of a side of a side of a side? There are too many characters in this. There's too many. Don't need to have them all. Hi, you're a doggy. You are just not going to be denied. Meow. Doggy, pet me. All right, we're almost done. I'm almost done, okay? Lay down. Don't make me use the mommy tone on you. I know you're being very cute, and I see your tail wagging. Just be a good boy for like 10 minutes, okay? I can't reach Edward. As Lane strode across the business center's reception area and into his father's office, it was like walking into a room full of loaded guns pointed in his direction. His skin pricked in warning, and his hands cranked into fists, and he just wanted to turn around and beat feet out of there. Then again, the place was eerie as hell. The dim security lighting from his power cut tinted everything with a grim portent, and the ghost of William Baldwin seemed to lurk in the shadows. Lane had no clue why he'd come here. The police were probably pulling up in front of Easterly right now. He shook his head as he looked at the regal desk and the big curved chair that was like a throne. Everything about the pair was like a stage set from a Humphrey Bogart film. A crystal decanter full of bourbon, a silver tray of cut crystal glasses, a picture of little V.E. in a silver frame, a humidor with the Cubans his father liked on the other corner by the Tiffany lamp, a pack of Dunhill cigarettes, and a gold lighter next to a clean Cartier ashtray. No computer, no paperwork, and the phone was a high-tech afterthought, dwarfed by the lifestyle and the objet d'arrogance. Okay, we had like a couple more brand drops. This is only the second time I've been in this office, he murmured towards Lizzie, who stayed by the door. I never envied Edward. While she glanced around at the leather-bound books and the diplomas and the photographs of William with prominent national and international men, he found himself focusing on her. The way her hair, which had been blonded by the sun, her breasts as they filled out the black polo shirt, her long muscled legs which were shown off by those shorts. Are we gonna have random sex again? Lust clawed into his gut. Lizzie. Jeff walked into the open doorway. Okay, they've all left. The place is empty. And your lawyer's gone back to the house to meet the police. Do you know how to change the code on that door? Because I would if I were you. Lane blinked to clear the mental image of him shoving everything off the desk and putting Lizzie right up on it naked. I don't, but we'll figure it out. Lane stretched his tight back. Listen, can you give me a quick idea of exactly what you found at corporate? Jeff glanced around and didn't seem particularly impressed by the grandeur. On the surface, the transfers I flagged look like your garden variety debt service payments to various banks. But then there are these huge balloon payments, and that was what got me worried first. Tracing the money transfers, I discovered notations for something called WWB Holdings, which turned out to be William Wyatt Baldwin Holdings. I believe it's a case of off-balance sheet financing that's gone out of control. And if so, I'm confident it qualifies as embezzlement. Now, when I did some internet searches and called in a favor at UBS, I couldn't find anything anywhere precisely on what WWB Holdings is or where it's located, but I'll let you guess who is in charge of it. Bo, I know you're a puppy and you want all the attention. You have to wait, you little knucklehead. Verbal. Son of a bitch, Lane muttered. That's where the household money went to. WWB Holdings. So how much are we talking about? 72 million so far. As Lizzie gasped, Lane shook his head. Damn it. Lizzie spoke up. Wait, what's off-sheet balance financing? Jeff rubbed his eyes like he'd had the same headache Lane did. Basically, it's when you leverage the assets of one company to secure debt for another. And if the second entity fails, the bank or the lender expects the first one to pay up. In this case, I'm willing to bet the funds lent to WWB Holdings were embezzled, and when the loan terms aren't met, the Bradford Bourbon Company's money was used to meet the obligations. It's a way of stealing that's a little less obvious than just writing yourself a corporate check and cashing it. Over 140 million. Lane crossed his arms over his chest as he was struck by a fury that made him want to trash the office. That's the total. You've got to be kidding me. And that 70 plus million is just transfers from the operation accounts through February. There are going to be more. There's an escalating pattern to it all. Jeff shrugged. I'm telling you, Lane, it's time to involve the FBI. This is too big for me to keep going, especially because I have to go back to New York. It's been a hell of a vacation, though. Lane's phone started ringing, and when he took it out, he saw it was Samuel T. and answered with, Are they there? I'm coming. What are you doing? The woman who rushed into the office was 60, built like and built like the battleship she was. From her gunmetal gray suit to the dinner roll bun of her gray hair, Miss Petersburg was a tightly wrapped piece of work who had been running William Baldwin's business life for close to 20 years. but gone was the usual composure. Red-faced and wall-eyed, she was trembling, the reading glasses that hung down from her neck on a thin chain bouncing on her flat chest as she panted. Lane kept his voice even. Get your things, get out. You have no right to be in this office. Hysteria erupted from the woman, and she was surprisingly strong as she came at him, her fingers clawing his face. What the actual fuck? Her knees and feet kicking at him, shrill curses and condemnations punctuating the attack. Was the father having an affair with this one too? Lizzie and Jeff lunged forward to try and peel her off, but Lane shook his head at them, capturing her hands. He let her keep screaming as he eased her up against the bookcases as gently as he could. By the time she'd worn herself out, the neat bun was looking like a tossed salad on her head, and her breathing was so ragged it was like she needed an oxygen feed or she was going to pass out. You can't save him, Lane said grimly. It was too late for that some time ago, and I know you know things. The question you have to ask yourself is how much are you willing to pay for your loyalty to a dead man? I'm finding out more and more of what went on here, and I know you were a part of it. Are you willing to go to jail for him? Are you that insane? Yeah, multiple people had to be in on this and had to, like, even if they weren't, like, criminally in on it, they had to know. Because you just can't pull off that kind of shit without a lot of help. He said this even though he wasn't sure whether he was going to call the feds or not. Prison was usually a good inducement, however, and he wasn't above using that leverage at the moment. And besides, he told himself, if the fraud was as large as Jeff said it was, then those lenders were going to start dropping dimes on their end when further payments were not made. And yes, someone would call the lawyers, and when the assets dried up even further, it was going to be Debt-mageddon at the BBC. He was a good man, Mrs. Petersburg spat. Your father was always good to me. He was definitely banging her. That's because you were useful to him. Don't take it personally and don't ruin your own life over the illusion that you were anything other than someone he can manipulate. I will never understand why you boys hate him so much. Then you need to wake up. When she broke free, let her go so she could pat her hair down and reorder her clothing. Your father only ever had his family's best interests and the interests of the company at heart. He was a Lane went out of body as the woman proselytized about the virtues she ascribed to a man who had none to speak of. All of that was not his problem, however. You couldn't change the mind of an apostle, and you couldn't save someone who didn't want to get in the lifeboat. So this ever-efficient woman was going to go down with her former boss. Not his problem. As the phone started ringing again, she concluded, he was always there when I needed him. Lane didn't recognize the number and let whoever it was go to voicemail. Well then, I hope you enjoy the fond memories when you end up in jail. End of chapter. And end of this book for this evening. We have just enough time left for me to read a little bit of my own scribblings. And I hope everyone likes it. My throat is killing me. Okay, this is work in progress, so don't judge me too harshly. Okay. Why is this hard? This gets my anxiety up. Reading the book does not, but reading my own stuff does. Okay, so for context, we have this is one of their therapy sessions as they've gotten to know each other. They've been, I'm going to say their relationship's probably about 2-3 years old at this point. So things are, they're familiar, comfortable with each other kind of place. When do you have women? It was rare that any of her questions caught him off guard, but that one did. What do you mean, have women? She took another sip of the deep burgundy, still crinkling her nose at the bitter tannins. Screw, fuck, have. I know you don't date, but I figure you must bang someone every now and then. There was no avoiding the occasional personal conversation with long-term patience, but he needed to steer her off this topic. That's not your concern. It's all right if you don't want to talk about sex. We can talk about something else today. There was a hint of something wicked in her eyes as she took a longer sip. You asked me if I ever think about doing it. I'm just seeing if you're willing to be equally honest, Doctor. Something less fortified might have been a wiser choice of after-dinner aperitif. I'm no virgin, and I entertain women away from here. As she choked down the rest of the glass, he waited. Entertain. Yes, you do that. You entertain people. Women, men, whoever. You play host and you play the rich dandy, the opera buff, the art buyer, whatever. She was slurring her words now. In hindsight, pouring her a second glass may have been a mistake. I have an active social life, and I'm sorry my question upset you. We don't have to talk about it if you're not ready. She slammed the empty glass down on the mantel carefully. You know I'm not ready. You know I don't talk about it. I don't want it, and I'll never want it. That's the rules. Sex is no, and I want nothing to do with it. You said that was okay. He stayed sitting, giving her space. It is okay. We don't have to talk about it, and you don't have to do it. She looked at him, holding her breath, deciding if she believed him. You won't make me do it. I know that. I thought about what it would be like sometimes, if you made me do it with you. I think you'd be gentle with me. Wouldn't leave any marks or knock me up. I think you'd be polite like that. Transference or deflection or premeditated self-defense, that which could be anticipated could be more readily survived. It was hard to tell in women with her history which was active or when to push back against it. Some of those defenses had saved her life in the past. Was it right to take them away? Was that really making her better? That will never happen between us. You're safe here, and I'm sorry I upset you. I think we've talked enough for this evening. Perhaps you'd like to watch one of your musicals. I could set up the projector for us. Normally he enjoyed the sound of her laughter, but this was too pained. You're afraid to leave me alone. Afraid I'll use the toothbrush again. It had only been a few months since the last time. Addressing her feelings of sexuality and desire would help her manage those impulses, but that didn't make the conversation easy to have. Yes, I am. You needed stitches last time, and I don't want to have to do that again. And I know you didn't enjoy the experience of having them. He moved to stand behind her, reaching around to slide the glass away. Why don't I make us some tea while you pick a movie? His hand was almost on her shoulder when she turned and walked out. He'd overloaded the tray he brought to the recovery room with sweets and nauseous she liked. She had the projector set up and running, paused on the title screen. Moulin Rouge, an old favorite. He slid into the satin-covered bed next to her, passing her a cup of tea. What's in it? He could have lied, of course, but she would know, and they had both found honesty the best option at times like this. Even when distressed, she remained remarkably reasonable. Ativan, just a dash. You don't have to drink it if you don't want to. She did. Now I've lost my place. As the movie played, she came to rest against him, and not for the first time he longed to hold her. The scenes played out to the songs, and the songs told their lessons of unwanted love and the risks one will take for it, of what happens when love cannot be and a man cannot let go of what was never his. She could be so clever in making a point. As the tango played, she pressed her body against his, and he knew she wanted him to hold her, but not as he had before when she was sick or frightened. She wanted to be held by a man that felt her body and wanted her. She wanted to feel real and desirable. She was playing with a double-edged sword that her passions had lit on fire. If you are Satine, who am I? The Duke or the penniless sitar player? She closed her eyes and rested her head on his chest. You're not penniless. There was no denying his longing for her in this moment, for the vision of her that he hoped they were making. He reminded himself that could never be. She wasn't his to want or to hold or to have. She could be someday, someone's to have, but not his. When she was ready, she would leave this place and he'd be forced to watch her go. Watch her thrive and conquer and perhaps even find love in the arms of another man. He knew on that day he would mourn. End scene. So, there's a little bit of that. Hopefully that wasn't terrible. It needs some work. But we are getting further into this. Now we have some actual financial stakes going on because that's a lot of money. We're still getting new characters, which is going to drive me crazy because I'm never going to remember any of these people. And we still have one sibling that hasn't arrived yet. We're like a third through this book, and we still have missing family members that we haven't even met yet. Ugh. It's too many characters. But the story is moving along. Now we know it was murder. We've got a few suspects. The why Lane thinks that his brother Edward did it, I have no idea. Because that's kind of the last person I would think of for quite a few reasons. But we'll see. We'll see. And we were told in the last book, unless I made that up somehow, and I don't think I did, we were told in the last book that in addition to the embezzlement was because the father was a gambler and he owed money to like serious people. So I would be looking in that direction for who the murderer is. But we'll see where it goes. I mean, I could also see it being the wife. I could totally see it being the wife. So we'll see. There's a few people it could be. You know, I'm sure we'll find out. Probably not in this book because that's the kind of thing you're going to keep for the third book. But I'm sure there will be a few, you know, pointing at the wrong person and all that. We've got our continuation of various love triangles or squares going on. Random thing off the back of somebody who apparently read this. The setting is 80s TV soap opera Dallas meets Downton Abbey. This is high drama and it's mesmerizing, says Fresh Fiction, whoever the hell that is. Oh, it's not. This isn't even set in the 80s. It's set in the 2010s. But I'm sure we'll find it out. I'm sure they will find out who the murderer is by the end of the series. And everybody will be hooked up with the right person. The company will survive. Something magic financial problems will be resolved or something. Or maybe they'll find out because he was murdered he had like a $250 million life insurance policy that will just solve everything. That's definitely a possibility. That we could be Chekhov's gunning that right here because there's mention of it. That could end up being the big fix to everything. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes and what gets justified. I like this cover better than the other one. The other one is so generic. This at least has some composition to it. But yeah, I'm sure we'll find out more next week. Until then, everyone, please take care of yourselves. Have a good rest of your weekend, and I hope to see you back here next week. We didn't get any ducks, so we'll have another naked thumbnail, but that's okay. I'm sure ducks will come eventually. But until then, I've been Insane Lane. This has been Tea and Rose's Book Club. Take care of yourself, and as always, love on a fur baby. Until next week, bye-bye.